Come on, Raymond. Where are you at? How hard is it to find a link? Dude.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Click it. Okay. Why, hello there. We're private. Show your face.
Hold up. Hold up. That thing. Right. Now I need one of these things this year. I was a terrible fucking person. I never do things correctly. Buttons. This might even be clearer. No. Yes.
I cannot see you, but I can hear you.
That is very. Oh, I know why you can't see me. Hold up.
Well, fix it. Damn,
I'm working
we're
on it. The
private.
tape is sticky. I'm one of those people that tape up their cameras on their phones.
Yeah, you said
I'm like sitting here looking at it and go,
messenger
what
won't.
the fuck is wrong with
You
my
said
stuff?
you said messenger won't let me talk. It said demanding a real name. I'm like, give him your damn name. Make one up. They don't care.
Well, I have a Facebook and I'm currently locked out of it because I decided Facebook was the devil and completely excommunicated it from existence.
Yeah, I don't like it either. The only reason I use it is to promote the podcast. I don't do anything personal on it. Like your
Yeah.
hair, by the way.
Yeah, you like that? Look like a milk vampire. That shit crazy. That
Yeah,
is
look at
nuts.
this.
Yeah,
I look like
I see all that snow on the peak.
I look like I
You
hadn't
got,
washed my face in a month.
have you been sitting here live for 20 minutes?
Yes, waiting
I'm
on you to
sorry.
click a link.
Dude, no, it wasn't that you were waiting on me to click a link. You were waiting on me to try to get through some nefarious Facebook BS because why do I have to identify myself as an actual real freaking person for some internet bullshit that I'm wanting to go play with?
I don't know. It's dumb, but you could just make up a name.
I did. They said I was a fictional entity. I wanted to link it to my YouTube so it would all be one overarching thing.
Yeah. Have you used that phone for Facebook before?
Yes.
Then they probably have your IP address and they have it linked to your
Exactly.
name.
Which is why I've been trying to wait to do the Caucasian Sasquatch so I could do it on a new device, new tablet, new Facebook, new. But I got sick and tired of waiting because I'd comment. You saw the invisible comments.
Yeah.
You saw them there.
That mine were being deleted too. That
I
all
saw.
started.
I saw one of your conversations with an invisible individual, and I
You
sat there
talking
and went
about
through
that
and I liked all
Maven?
of your. Yeah, maybe so. I couldn't actually see him, but I could see your responses to him, and he's a nut job.
You mean her?
Okay, what? Davies.
Yeah. That's my cousin, by the way.
Okay. What?
Can you imagine that a family member would talk to me like that? I mean,
can't.
out of the
I couldn't
blue.
read none of his. I couldn't read any of his stuff.
Oh, I've got it saved somewhere. I saved the whole conversation because he threatened to get the woke mob on me.
Oh
And I was
fuck!
like, well, I've been recording this whole
Do you
thing
have,
ever since you've been talking. So I'll see if I
do you
can't
have
find it. I'll send it to you in
any
a text.
idea what they could do for your reputation? They
I
could
don't know.
explode you across the West Coast, man. You'd be the most hated man in California, and
I
not
like
in
that.
California. Not in California. That's the tricky part. See, here's the thing. What you've got to do is you want to make just enough ripples with these people that they notice you. But at the same time, there's no point in making enemies.
Right.
That's what the Raging Atheist seems to be trying to do specifically is make enemies.
Yeah.
He wants somebody to come in and jump down his throat and make a really big viral video for him because he has failed to do so himself. Now, the Raging Atheist has some stuff going for him. He's done some good works. He has unveiled many frauds that are just morons.
Yeah.
You know, that are just literally standing there swearing that I think to have a sneeze fit it's gonna give me. Standing there swearing that they know better, they know best, they know everything, and if you're not listening to me, then you're going straight to hell.
Yeah.
Sound
Well,
familiar?
I think you found out last night I'm not one of those.
No, I'm not one of those either. I don't play that. God's honest truth, man. I have an opinion of faith. It is my own.
I hear you.
And I have been on the other side of this argument and I did not understand. And I have been on this side of the argument and I have not been able to explain. Because until you witness something impossible, you cannot believe in the impossible.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes. I was there and I pulled my child out of my ex-wife. So I do understand
Well,
entirely.
I'm saying you can't believe in a miracle. If you believe in nothing, if you have no real faith and you believe in nothing, you can't believe in a miracle without having witnessed something resembling a miracle because all evidence points to the contrary. There is nothing upon which to lay a stone of science because if you can prove it by dint of being proven, it is no longer a miracle.
Well, how old are you now?
42.
42. Would you
Yeah.
agree with this statement that the older you get, the more it seems to be apparent that there is something else going on here?
Well, I think the longer you live, the more likely you are to come across a less than likely event. And that after you come across many, many unlikely events, you come to the conclusion that something somewhere, somehow is taking place that is outside of my realm of conscious
Yes. And
cognizant
outside of your control.
understanding. And completely outside of my control. I mean, so far outside of my control that I don't really consider it a control.
And
Does that
see,
make
to
sense?
me,
Like,
that is evidence of God. I don't know what God is. I'd never claimed to try to even wrap my head around it. But I know that there's something because I've seen it, I've touched it, I've tasted
well,
it.
I reserve the right to consider that it might be interdimensional elves.
That is, how's
I
that
never met
different
the
than
guy.
God?
I'm just saying, I don't know what it is. I'm just saying something's up, and I'm
Yeah,
not in control of it.
yeah, Richard Dawkins tried that. Do you know who that is? Richard Dawkins, the
That name's
atheist.
familiar. Was
He's
that
an
the
atheist, the British guy.
is he the guy who wrote the mushroom book about apes and mushrooms that's thrown to
Probably.
thrown
He's
to
in
ape
that. He's in that ilk
hypothesis or
anyway.
something? I'm in that ilk.
Yeah. Well,
That's me. That's part. I'm not an atheist, but I'm in the ilk of
yeah.
something odd's going on, and there might be an explanation for it, but I haven't heard a solid one yet.
Right. Well, I think I'm doing a pretty good job of explaining my point of view.
Well,
It's as good a one as any, as far as I can see.
you remember what I said about that Randall guy and about how he was like quoting scripture and stuff and how
Oh,
adding
Jesus.
scripture to a
Dude,
chat.
I missed that whole last part when I was wrapping up. He
Yeah.
basically called himself Jesus.
Oh yeah, no, he
I missed it.
Here's the thing. Anyone who believes that sin cannot occur because one is saved or vice versa or anything like that
Yeah.
is dealing directly in pure uncut hubris.
Pure uncut Kool-Aid.
Well, whether it's his Kool-Aid, someone else's Kool-Aid, or just Kool-Aid in general, the concept of infallibility went out with the Pope, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the only one that I might, kind of shrug off and go, oh, all right, well, he is the Pope.
Mm-mm.
I might give him a
He's the
little bit of
worst one.
leeway on some stuff. I'm just saying, at least he is the Pope. He has the big hat.
Yeah.
He was voted in, nominated, chosen by God. However the fuck that shit happens, I really don't care. My point
Smoked out
is,
of a chimney.
okay, sure, all right, find it blue, west, east, north, south, whatever, however that works. I don't care. That's not my concern. I'm not the 3.8 trillion people out there that believe in him. I am one of these other people who go, okay, well, at least he is the Pope. That's not my concern. When he started quoting chapter and verse, I really hard wanted to follow up with some quotes from the freaking Constitution.
Why didn't you?
I typed them out a couple of times and then pulled them because it's your stream and I really don't want to that's a different subject. You had a subject, you were doing the read, you're doing it, you're doing excellent, you're doing great. Absolutely great. And I didn't want that's a different subject. That's a subject that is not compatible with the subject at hand. Freedom of religion is its own thing and doesn't really concern your choice of religion. That's your
Right.
choice, and it's
That's
completely
right.
up to you. It's his choice. It's completely up to him.
Yeah.
And entering that into the conversation was literally just sprinkling salt on that thing.
Yeah. Well, you heard what I
But yeah,
said.
I'm the wrong one to be coming at for like sin.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like,
me too,
I'm
really.
naked before Jesus. Yeah, I've been naked before most people at some
Yeah.
point in time or another.
Yeah.
Not exactly shy.
Like you realize you were born naked, right?
Yeah,
God
right.
made you that way on
Exactly.
purpose.
No
But you
wonder.
heard what I said. I said, your salvation is between you and God, and I'm not part of that deal. It's not my
Right.
job to convert you. I'm not trying to convert you. I'm just trying to talk about the finer points of what we all believe something is going on. You know, I can't say that I'm any more right than you are.
Was that actually muted?
What?
Yeah, I think it was muted, wasn't it?
What? I didn't hear you.
Good deal. That's what I want to know, whether or not the mute worked on this thing.
Yeah. So you didn't hear what I just said?
No, I muted me, not you.
Oh.
I was checking to see if I can mute it and cough and get away with it without
I don't care if you cough.
interrupting it. Okay, yeah, sure, but I just don't want to blast no eardrums out. You know how that shit is. You know, I be fucking lean shit over here. We like coughing on my damn lung.
Yeah. But I told him I was trying to be as non-objective and non-judgmental as possible while still telling him the facts. And it didn't sound like he wanted to hear any of it.
I'm a bit curious how it is that he can sit there and do the whole I'm immune to sin but not immune to consequences.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, so what you're saying is you won't pay for your sins until you're dead?
Yeah.
Because that makes perfect sense. I could float on that one, man. Me and you would go straight to the bank with that one. That's good. That's good. I like it.
But you're still going to pay for it.
But yeah, see that's the thing is it's like, I mean, that mind is writing checks that a soul will not be able to cash. So
Right.
I mean, assuming one believes in a soul in the first place, you have to take into account all the ramifications that brings with it. Because if you don't believe in a soul, then whatever, man, just go at it however you see fit.
Anybody that does not believe that there is a soul has never been hurt to the core of their being.
I buy that one. That's a good line. That's gonna be right down on the fortune cookie wall. That's what you need to do.
I'm good at that.
Write that shit on your fortune cookie wall. Yeah. I'm more of the opinion that I have more respect for someone like the raging atheist than I do than for someone like maybe not the preacher. I mean, he did get pretty animosity with me in chat, and all I was trying to do was go, hey man, is there a question anybody's ever not asked you that you wish they had? A topic that you can speak on at length, so you can have like a chunk of the show. He doesn't look like the type of guy to share his toys.
No, I even asked him outright. I said, here's a novel idea. Ask me a question you might have that you actually want to know the answer to, and see
he
what
responded
happens.
by telling you to ask him a question.
Right.
You asked me a question. You challenged me. I'm not challenging you, man. I have no desire to challenge you. There's nothing you believe that's going to shake my foundation of faith. I'm just solid in that, just as solid probably as he is. So it's kind of like trying to beat up two sponges using a sponge. It's not.
Well, I got him to call me a fraud before I called him a moron.
Well, I'm not sure that's necessarily a lack of communication there. It's just that when someone's argument fails, they tend to end in attacking character.
That's right.
They start talking about
debate
your
101. If you
shoes,
start lobbing the insults, you've lost.
Yeah. They start talking about your shoes and your shirt and how much money you make and how they got more subs and all that stuff. And all of a sudden, all you have to do at that point is continue with your rational discussion while they slowly melt down. And you either win or at least you come out without losing. And sometimes in a debate, that is really all that is necessary.
Did you read that entire chat as it went along?
Which one? The
last night?
last night? Yes, I was there, except for at one point in time when my earbud died and it kicked me out of YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Well,
And I
that's
had to
exactly what happened as it was going on. He
yeah,
was saying, "I'm not a sinner. You're a sinner. Your mama's a sinner." He brought
yeah.
my mama
No, I'm not.
into it.
You are. I'm rubbing your glue. I love it when it descends into that. If you saw what I said, I was just like, so let me be perfectly clear. You stating that you are by definition unsinnable, you are
Right.
infallible. I'm I've I done seen some things and I'm not infallible. I'm not. I sin. I
Mm-hmm.
believe in a concept of a sin eater, and some people have to take that role. And depending on the different cultures that you're in, that role is depicted in different ways. Whether it's an executioner, a hangman, a priest, or an exorcist, whatever it is, it occupies the uh, area of the society which devours the sin of society. In our
Mm-hmm.
society, you would say it's like the NSA, the CIA, Here you go, babe.
Hello.
That is Rachel. Say hey, Rachel. Yeah, that was Rachel.
I said hello.
Oh, thank you, baby.
Can she hear me?
No, she can't hear you.
Okay. Hello.
I'm kind of weirded out by the fact that the last time I was on StreamYard,
This is StreamYard.
right. Last time I was on StreamYard, I hit the button and it threw me straight in with no nothing, not guess, not just bam, great Sky Troll anti-drama. And I had dropped the phone and was suddenly live and was like,
Hmm.
I didn't know what to make of it, man. And I sat there and listened to everybody and I left. I had no plans on making a video that day. It just sort of happened. Jeff was
Right.
like, "Hey man, how you doing? What's going on?" Maybe not.
Well, now that I know this works and how to use it, I can bring
Right.
this
That's what I
into
was wanting to do.
my software and then put it it's actually going live right now to YouTube, but I have it privated so nobody will
Right.
ever
But nobody
see
will
it,
see it.
and I'll
Okay.
delete it as
Well,
soon as we're
let me
done.
let me play with some fiddling here, and I might be able to get something neat going on with some picture rate and stuff.
With what?
Because I don't with picturing.
You mean like putting up photographs?
Well, like an avatar. It
Uh,
says I have an audio avatar. What's that?
that's when it pulses when you talk, so you can like turn your camera
Oh,
off.
okay. So,
Let me see if I have one. I'll demonstrate.
uh-huh. Something like that. Maybe
Let's see.
look at this. Let's look into this thing. Uh-huh.
All right. Let's see if this works. I don't know how to do it. How did you do it? You disappeared on me. Huh. There you
My
are.
bad.
So not that button.
Not that button. Stay away from that button entirely. We may have to put tape over it because this
All
is
right.
my back button.
Tell me if this works. Do you see my
Yeah,
avatar
yeah.
pulsating?
You've got your little avatar, your little Wilder Creek with the funky deer head thingy.
Yep, yep,
It's
yep.
doing its thing.
All right. So that's what that does. And you hit stop camera to do that.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Done. Apply. And then I hit stop cam.
There you go. You got
And
it.
I
Pretty
am
sweet.
no longer boomer. No boomer.
So now you
And
can
I got
come
this
onto my live stream.
Yeah, we'll handle this part of it before we get into the fucking hell. I might even have to drive up there, do these floors yourself. What an asshole, right?
This is pretty neat, man. I ain't never done this one before.
Okay, last thing I got to try, and this may do something weird. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm here. You know how to get
Can
back
you?
to me.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you hear feedback?
No.
All right. Okay, that's cool. Sometimes when I plug it into charge while I'm doing something like this, it'll like do a weird hum back through the unit, some kind of how.
You're probably close to a speaker when you do that. Something is causing a
No,
feedback loop.
usually it's when I plug it into charge and I have a actual like hard line hook to it. These are solid apparently. Some kind of weird feedback, but
It may
it's
just be
usually when I
because
plug
the
it into
volume
charge.
is so high on your monitors.
Yeah, maybe so. But no, it's not doing it. I don't hear it. You can't hear it. We're good.
Good.
And we can do that. And I'm at that thing. And we can do this. And I'm at this thing.
Yep, that's pretty cool.
I wonder what else we can do.
If I were to put this live, we could do green screen, but because it's private, it won't do some stuff.
Right.
Like we can't do chat because it's private, but like check this out. And I can edit that. Where'd you go? Stop it.
Yeah. It seems like any button I touch other than that one and that one are going to pretty much end in me going back to YouTube.
Yep. We can do this.
And this. And that's about it. I got it.
And we can do this. That's cool, huh?
Yeah, that is cool.
And I can edit the text on that.
Wait a second. Hold up. We got a thing. There's a thing here. This is like, let's see. Hey, back.
You can share live stream too. Like if you have a computer and you pull up a web page, you can share that with me.
Right.
So like if you wanted to show me something on your web browser, you could share your web browser and then I could post it on my feed so that everybody could see it. I'm not sure how to do that yet, but I know it can be done.
That's kind of what we're doing here is poking at stuff and seeing what kills a stream.
I think it might be this last one here that's just a big box because it does the same thing that the one beside it does.
Right. So mute mic there. I can also mute the mic here. I can avatar out, at which point you could go full screen.
Yep.
Because we don't necessarily need a little furry ape on screen bouncing just to have my name up there. I don't really care.
Yeah, that's for everybody else, so they know who's talking.
Right.
Like if there's like 3 or 4 of us talking.
Yeah, I got you. That makes sense. A full panel, or panel of any kind, really.
Hey, that's an idea. We should do a panel on subjects.
Well, it would help to have at least 3 people because while me and you could do a few entertaining conversations without too much of an issue.
No.
And yeah, sure. I'm sure somebody out there somewhere would be freaking interested. I mean, Rule 34, if nothing else. I mean, somebody somewhere will definitely decide that this is worth looking at and laughing at. Okay, so you're actually in through your YouTube channel, right?
Yes.
All
If I
right. When I
wanted to, we
came
could go
in
live right now.
before, right? I'm pretty sure I could do that too. I'd just have to switch over to my YouTube channel and then jump backstage with you again, and then
Right.
I should get some of that dashboard activity you got going on, but probably
I'm
not all of it.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if two live streams can happen from the same StreamYard or not. I don't know.
I'm
We'd have to
almost
test
certain it
that.
can. No, wait. I might actually be in your StreamYard here. But when I started out, the very first thing I did was make a Caucasian Sasquatch StreamYard linked with my Caucasian Sasquatch channel.
Right.
And
Okay.
at
So
some point in
maybe it
time,
can go both ways.
assuming that I did that right, maybe, because when I got in, I had to also set my picture up. I had to go pick that picture. It wasn't
Yeah.
just downloaded from YouTube. That was different. I had to do it separate, which leads me to believe it's not YouTube running it. It's StreamYard running it.
Mm-hmm.
So in theory, I might be able to hit that there button there, which I'm not going to touch right this second.
Yeah. Don't touch
For
that.
obvious reasons. And tap go live on my YouTube.
Do you have a broadcast button at the top right hand corner?
On
Like a
mine,
red
on my
button?
StreamYards, no.
Yeah.
I have a live button.
Okay.
So you would have control over everything in the live that was taking place, but I should be able to mirror it.
I got you. That makes
See what
sense.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
I actually just dumped a bunch of crap out of my phone to be able to do this.
So basically, I'm the moderator.
You're the host.
Right.
You're the host. I'm the moderator.
Okay.
It's your live stream, and if I click it, it will request the ability to live stream from you. But I think there's a switch somewhere in your dashboard that you could flick that just allows mirroring.
Yeah.
That's what Jeff does anytime he goes live. You might
What
have
does
to have
he
a
do?
certain number of subs. He's a First Amendment auditor, and
You talking
he's
about
really
Etheridge,
good.
right?
No, I'm talking about NC Tyrant Hunter.
Oh.
Jeff is here live. It used to be My Name's Not Jeff. And before that, because he got booted a few times for getting a little heated in some circumstances, which is why I was like, you need to end that the other day. I was like, he's looking exit classy. Because, I mean, you got to the point where you became passionate, but you didn't actually get heated. That was perfect. That was fucking perfect. I couldn't have sat off camera and directed you better.
Well, I appreciate your input, man. It means a lot to me that you're taking part in this. It really does.
There is an aspect of this that you seem to be completely green on, and it is the comment section of YouTube. It is a vicious, nasty, vile, terrible, horrendous place that is also wonderful and great, and lovely.
Yeah,
It's a
I'm
great
not
place.
green. I just don't play games.
Well, no, see, that's the thing is in order to coax people into doing things that are interesting enough for film, you may have to fiddle
learn
around
to
on the
play
edges
games.
of some games. So maybe not play the games, but you can certainly mimic the people who are playing the games. And then when they realize you're not playing, they're not going to want to play with you anymore.
Well, I don't know how serious you want to get involved in this with me, but I'm more than happy to let you play the games and be my quarterback.
Well, that kind of depends on how far along in putting together the concept of this channel I get. If I get far enough to where I can do, see, that's why I was saying something about you. See, it means nothing for a moderator to go to another channel and start talking shit to somebody. And I don't do that. That's not exactly how I do it. I go and ask questions, legitimate questions, pointed questions at times, but I'm after information, largely for the ability to further a goal. That goal is for one day for someone else on your YouTube channel to have more hearts than I do. Some random screwball out there somewhere that has said enough shit more important to you than what I said that he won that game. I will consider my job complete at that point because you will have gotten beyond that point, if that makes sense. It's like there's a threshold at around 350 viewers, 350 subs. You end up with a good 15 or 20 regulars.
Yeah.
Maybe twice that, depending on how interactive they are. And that will depend on how interactive you are. Ozark Yeoman has, I think, 370, 380 right now.
Mm-hmm.
He has 0 regulars as far as like any kind of live anything. And at the same time, he has a good 250 views in the first 10 minutes of dropping a video.
Yeah.
That's solid for a channel with under 500 subs. That's solid. That's a high interaction ratio,
Yeah.
which means he's doing something right.
Well, you seem to be uniquely qualified to pull it out of me. So I may need you more than you know.
And that's something I actually kind of had a little conversation with April about in chat the other day while you was reading. That really what you need is something of a straight man to work off of, unless you don't need a straight man. And that's the tricky part, is knowing when that changes suddenly. You know, when you're not able to do the humor, or you just don't have it on tap, or it's inappropriate for you to do it, the humor pops out elsewhere, and that's acceptable. Whereas you doing the joke, it looks forced in some cases.
Yeah.
And of course it is. I mean,
do you think I do that too much?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that occasionally you start thinking you're doing it too much. If that makes sense. You'll tell a joke, you'll flub it, then you'll go back to being serious. You'll either stutter or whatever, and it's nothing at all about you. It's just everybody chews their words up every now and then. And when you flub it, you just kind of shut it down and move on to something else, which is, you know, what you do in music. When you flub it, you shut it down and you move to something else that you won't flub immediately, and come back to this later if you get your balls up again. In vocalizations, when you're using a linguistic method of communication, it's not quite anything like music. And sometimes even with the vocal linguistic flub, it's better to back up, regroup, and actually say what you meant. Because I know the joke, it's funny, it's going to get them, but trying to explain it's not going to help, and saying it wrong, saying it backwards is no good. So shut it down, move on. Or stop.
Are you referring to something specific?
A couple of specific instances that are where you tied yourself up trying to not tie yourself up because you were thinking about tying yourself up talking. I saw it happen and I went, come on, dude, you could do this. You could do this. Just stop. And as soon as I said stop, you went quiet. You looked down for a second, a little smile popped up, and you said it perfectly clear. And I was like, there you go. You got to sell it. Now, one more time, but this time with passion, with verve. But no, you do pretty good. You do.
I'm not
comparing.
too
Now
bad
listen,
at this hosting thing, but I'm still learning. You know, this is new for me. I've always been a public speaker, but this thing is new. You know, I don't have anybody to talk to here. I have to kind of invent it.
There's nothing to act off of except for chat and your imagination, and that can be an issue sitting in a room by yourself with absolute. I mean, even this right here isn't going to give you a whole lot to fucking work with. Right. I mean, I can fuck with my pictures and do various things. I got another picture over here. Hold on. Let me see if I can. I might have a better picture.
I actually kind of like that picture. It goes perfectly with mine.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, it's really, really good.
What do you think about my logo?
I dig it. I can see where it comes from and what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's that one.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet too.
I mean, that's obviously a Yeti.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There's no doubt what that is.
That's old black man.
Caucasian. Well, it does kind of resemble a very old black guy. Asshole. Fuck you, man. Hell with you.
Go get the watermelon. Where the watermelon?
I want some watermelon. You got some watermelon?
Yes.
Fuck you. Fish spit some seeds, you seed spitter.
I actually don't have any watermelon, but I have a truck down the road that sells watermelon, and I could
Yeah,
go
I
get
was just
one.
fixing to say, I don't know if you remember him, but back, he's still there. There's the old watermelon guy, had the blue Ford F-150 from like 1961. He was up there on the square every fucking Friday and Saturday with watermelons. Well, they made him move to Wednesdays and Fridays, and for only Friday morning, but I don't know why. I have no idea why they made him change it, but I lost him for about 6 months. But he still has some of the best watermelons on earth.
It was probably a license issue.
Well, they did start doing the
What do you call that?
permits.
Permits. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they did start doing a major farmers market at the square up here every Wednesday, and I think it's Wednesday and Saturday. Might be Sunday. There might be a some kind of a shindig thing Saturday mornings.
Right.
So there'll be like some kind of belts and crafts and stuff. But I think the farmers market is Sunday morning. I bet I got that backwards as fuck. I guarantee you that's backwards as fuck. Oh shit, about my hair. That's right. That's what this was all about, wasn't it?
What? Oh no, I just took my hair out of the ponytail because it was bothering me. But yeah, now that you mention it.
Now, hold up. Now it starts. Now it's wet currently. So
Mine's not. Mine's kinky curly.
I can't even get it all in frame. There's just no way in hell. It's not happening.
Where's it at? I can't see it.
Right. It's on my black shirt. I mean, it's fucking retarded long.
I think it's the same length as mine.
Just about it, yeah. That's about right.
So mine's not wet. When it's wet, it hangs down like that. See, it's going down there too.
Yeah.
But it's all knotted up like that.
I just got out of the hot tub, so.
Yeah. Asshole.
Well, I had to do something.
I wish I had a hot tub. That night I was sick, I needed a hot tub.
Yeah, I'll buy that now. That's actually part of the reason why I got it.
I was suffering that night.
And this is something I'm going to tell you. You might believe me, you might not. I don't rightly give a fuck because it happened. January of 2020, I came down with the most fearsome lung funk on God's green earth. That shit almost killed me.
That was COVID-19.
3 months before they said a word. 3 days before that.
Me too.
A buddy of mine named Jerry Lee, who was on YouTube up until January 18th of the same month. He was asked by his parents to go to Luhan, which is about 30 miles from Wuhan, because his great-grandmother had died. And when he got there, his uncle died.
Damn.
And then his cousin died. And then his other uncle died. And then some cops showed up and asked him what part of the Chinese government he worked for, and he showed them his American papers, and they dumped his ass in Taiwan.
Damn.
Yeah, like, dude, dude, I was on a live stream talking to him, and he had come in with his phone, he set it up, he hit the live stream, he's like, looks through the little bag he had, he says, hold on, I forgot the noodles. He's like, I don't even have to go on the street for this, I'll be right back. He opened up the door, went down the stairs, and two Chinese cops walked in, picked up his phone, and walked out with it, shut it off. That was January that was December. That was right after Christmas, like December 27th, December 28th of 2019. 2 weeks later, his ass was in Taiwan. 6 weeks after that, he was back in St. Louis. They booted his ass out of the country. You got to go. Now, That same time period, my wife's sister, went to China, Vietnam, Tokyo, Bangkok, and a few other places.
Bangkok.
Was supposed to be touring Europe when she came back, but instead, when she got on the plane to go to Hamburg, I think, they took her to Atlanta. They didn't take her to Europe. They did a layover in Europe and went home, and no one was allowed to leave the airplane. So she ended up home about 8 weeks earlier than she had planned on coming home. And when she came in, she came through, stayed with us overnight, and then went on to Savannah. 3 days later, my wife and the kids all go to Disney with the rest of the family. She opts out because she felt bad. I stayed home and became deathly ill. When I got over that, the 4 days I was sick. When I get over it, that next Sunday morning, I went and sat on my front stoop that afternoon. I say morning. It was actually Sunday afternoon. I went and sat down on my front stoop and counted 13 funerals that Sunday.
Damn.
And 18 the following Sunday. And 3 or 4 through the week. In a town of 50,000.
Well, dude, it nearly killed me.
It was fearsome, no doubt.
I was doing live streams then, and I got to where while I was talking, I started getting lightheaded, like I was going to pass out. I have to stop talking and catch my breath from talking.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know if you've noticed this or not, but I haven't been able to sing for a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, it scarred my lungs up.
I wanted to come up there. I wanted to use your ability to play music while I sing some bad things.
Well, that's good. I can do that.
Because basically, since I have no sense of timing, I need a metronome, and I might need at least the beat somewhere, or maybe the guitar or something I can like hold time to, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. And the metronome and the time has to be the same. I can do that as long as I can hear 2 sources, if that makes sense.
You'll have no trouble.
I want to do a masculine version of Son of a Preacher Man.
Son of a son, son of a son, son of a son of a preacher man.
Yeah.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Right. And I want to do... I got a couple of them. I want to do some sound blurbs more than anything else. I want to get a good dozen or 2. I can push a button and make a sound happen. Just things, just different things, different stuff. The idea being to have something that pops up in the event of a donation, and have it already in the pipe, in the tube, so to speak.
I got you covered.
So I was worried about that part too. I figured we got, let's see, it's the 10th. We got about 10 days till we get paid. Then we're going to Edisto, I think the following week.
Where's that?
Edisto Island, South
Carolina.
And get the house for a week, maybe 2. Kind of depends on who all's going. But chances are it's just going to be me and Rachel for the first week. If anybody shows up, it'll be the second week.
Now, if you come up here, is she coming with you?
Probably not.
Oh, come on.
Well,
I miss her too.
We have a massive goddamn dog, dude. Like, this motherfucker is goddamn enormous.
Well, your dog can't come, damn it.
I know. No, he can't come. He is completely insociable and unconsolable.
Oh, it would piss you off to no end to know how much that dog would love me.
Not wouldn't he? He loves everyone after he finishes licking their feet. He's fine with them.
I've had many people tell me, "Don't get near that dog; he'll bite you." I'm like, no, he won't.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he simply is insociable. He's insociable. He doesn't like people in general, not any individual person. I think he's partially blind.
Maybe.
So any movement that he doesn't recognize is automatically a threat.
Yeah, but see, I am part dog, so it's okay.
A dog was my first language.
I'm dog, baby. Roof. Roof. Why
So,
you keep disappearing?
because certain things
Oh,
are
never
not legal
mind.
in the
I
state of
get you.
Georgia.
Yeah.
That, and I'm still trying to play with this thing here.
And by the way, you know what Sunday night was all about, don't you?
Um,
When I was sick.
man, not really.
Are you telling me you ain't never been there?
Oh, you talking about you snapping on him? Yeah, I knew that.
No.
Well, I don't know. I quit pretty much everything, dude. The only thing I do is occasionally smoke a joint every now and then. Not
Well,
nearly as much as I used to.
I have to take them damn things because of my back, because of scoliosis. I don't like
Yeah.
it, but if I don't, I'm in traction.
Yeah.
So, and
Well,
that night I'd been out for about 3 days, and the sickness had set in, and I
yeah,
was
I do
not in the mood for nothing.
dope sick is why I quit dope.
I don't really have a choice, though. That's the
I
problem.
decided one afternoon, and my wife thought I was insane. I turned and looked at her. I said, "You know what? These motherfuckers are going to kill me." I popped two of them. I rolled over, went to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, I said, "I need to quit those," and I stuck them in my shirt pocket. 4 days later, I had a seizure. But 2 days after that, I had another seizure, and I took half of one.
Hmm.
And then
I
about
didn't
3
know you
days
had
after that, I
seizures.
had another seizure. I didn't. Before I quit smack. I mean, come on, man. It's not a normal circumstance for Raymond. I broke my back, dislocated my pelvis, dislocated my right hip,
How the hell
hyperextended
did you do
all the
that?
muscles. Oh, dude, this was fucking 2000.
Is that when you fell through that floor?
Yeah, I fucked me up, dude. I fucked me up something royal. I mean, some mo kind of royal, something for real. Is that gonna make me look dead or alive? Oh, look, I look more
Better.
dead.
You look
I
better.
look
I
more
can see your
dead.
face now.
Look at this. Look at these things. They look like he got cut off mama and stuck on me.
At least I can see you.
Yeah, well, okay. I have got a mustache hair that is touching the very edge of my nose
I
here.
hate
It's
that.
driving me ape shit, dude. I'm losing it. I'm
I
just
hate it.
shy of going to the bathroom and just shaving the damn thing off. But I mean, look at this. Isn't that glory? That's
Yeah, I
pretty.
can't grow one of those, man.
I got a secret. She got to
I'm
promise you
Native
not to tell
American
anybody.
from here to here.
But I got to promise. You got to promise not to tell anybody. I got a bald spot right in the middle.
Oh yeah.
I got a stitch of hair right in the middle. There's a spot about digging around right here. They got a lick of hair on it, smooth
Well,
as a baby's ass.
all I can do, I can grow this, what you see, right? And then it just gets more and more hobo-ish. It doesn't grow. It doesn't
Oh,
get
it's
any
the one
longer.
that grows in all white and trashy like this.
Yeah. It's terrible. I can't grow a beard for nothing.
Oh,
And I'd
well,
love to. I'd look great with a beard, but I just cannot grow one. It just gets fat, but it won't go down.
oh, you got to trim it. That's the trick. It took me 3 years of wearing a huge marmot on my face to up and decide that, okay, this needs to go, that needs to go, this needs to go, that needs to go. Well, now it's too short. So I'd leave it alone. Wait, no, okay, so that needs to go, and this needs to go, and this needs to go, and that, okay, that works. I like that. I kind of want to go with like the devil / Jesus look. I could do a killer Caucasian Jesus. White Jesus. Mm-hmm.
I've been
In
told
fact,
that too.
I did Halloween a couple of years ago. I went as Jesus. Rachel went as the devil, and Tracy went as the Wicked Witch of the West. And like what was funny was this was the same year that Jeff went as Space Ghost. Jim was the Scarecrow. They had the whole group from the Wizard of Oz, and when we went into the bar, they pulled me, Tracy, and Rachel to the side to take pictures because they thought we were a group instead of the actual Wizard of Oz people that had walked in. She was with them, not with us. And I was like, nah, it's just Jesus and the devil. We're a unit. We're right along together here. I got this big, long gray robe, a purple sash, walked around with a big paper cross. Had actually made a handmade crown of thorns with little blood driblets coming down. I fixed up my hair and had it trimmed up, trimmed my beard specifically for the white Jesus look. Went to the fucking convenience store down the road. Bitch behind the counter told me that Jesus didn't smoke. So I went and got me a bottle of wine. I said, no, he fucking drank. Come on with it. And she just went to giggling and made somebody else ring me up. So I got what I needed. But I told him, I was like, don't fuck with me in the least. I'll go to the Hammurabi store down the damn corner. They don't give a shit about Jesus. They don't even know the motherfucker. Never met him. Never heard of him. It's not going to be a problem. I'll get what I want. It's not an issue. I don't have to spend my money here. It's good. She was over there laughing so hard she was crying. Had her going good.
Terrible. You're terrible.
That's probably the better way to mute it. Right there, if I had to guess.
Yep, that big button that says mute.
Yeah, it's not big on mine. It's in like a tiny little spot in the corner.
Oh, are you on a phone, right?
I'm on a phone. Yeah, see, that's the thing is I don't have a computer. I gave my computer to my kid when they decided to send all the kids home. Mm-hmm. She needed a computer, so I just literally snatched it off my desk and sent it with her. It wasn't exactly a great one anyway.
Right. Mine's just about had it. I was about 10 years old.
That was one thing I was going to do when I come up there. I have a laptop. It has an oddity to it that I haven't quite been able to parse out what's wrong. But it's almost as if it has a burned out section of hard drive that it continually tries to write to and loses bits of Windows in it. It's a weird thing. I think you could just replace the hard drive. You'd be rocking out with your cock out, no problem. And the damn thing ain't got no runtime on it. It was a fuck up from day one. When we bought it, it didn't work right. And I could make it work by basically reinstalling Windows about every 3 weeks. But as far as doing something like this, it's not functional. Can't do that. But if you replace the hard drive on it, you might have something worth working with.
What kind of computer is it?
It's a laptop. It's about an 8-year-old laptop. It's not the best in the world. It was when it was bought, but it never worked properly.
The one that I'm using is a pretty balls out computer, man. It's pretty badass. But problem is, it's like almost 10 years old. But
that's about the age of this. So maybe not quite 10 years. Maybe a little older. I'd have to get a look actually. But
when it was new, it was top of the line.
The other day. When you were trying to run the video through YouTube, or I guess you were going through StreamYard?
OBS.
OBS, right. I haven't even fucked with OBS, honestly. Well, I'm gonna have to get in there. That's kind of one of the reasons. Another reason I wanted to come up there was to see.
You just want to pick my brain.
I want to pick your equipment, motherfucker. I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you straight exactly what I'm doing. I can show you exactly what I want the end result to be.
I know what the end result you want. You explained it quite eloquently.
If you'll go watch Cognitive Talks, one of his live streams, he does a 1-hour live stream 3 days a week. He doesn't put no more interest into it than he has time to put interest in it, no more effort into it until he does. But he's got a handful of like individual hardcore donators. He makes maybe $2,000 every 3-4 days. Pretty much anytime he live streams, he brings in $200-300. Now I don't know how much of that he actually gets. I don't know.
YouTube, I think, takes 30%.
If he has his own PayPal and they PayPal his ass, he gets that money. That's his.
Well, they take some too, but they only take 3%.
Yeah, exactly.
But I want to get to where people are super chatting. That's what I want, to pay me to answer questions.
Okay, I can dig it. I dig it. But if at all possible, I'd rather sidestep the entire revenue system of YouTube. They're not going to let you fucking run no way.
I know.
You are qualified as a religious fundamentalist channel. There's no two ways about that.
I
You
know.
have already mentioned Young Earth, Christian Science, Flat Earth,
Flat Earth
and
too.
I'm all over it, man. I've been watching. Just because you ain't seen the
I
comments
love
don't mean I
fucking with
didn't
them
do
too.
it.
I love it. And people think
There's
I
another
believe
one.
that, but I don't.
Yeah.
I tell them straight up, dude. I've never been out there. I don't know what it looks like.
Well, that's what I was saying to the other guy. I was like, dude, I ain't never met God. You ever met God?
Right.
I haven't. I can't speak to anything that does or does not. All I can do is quote some shit some other people have said and done and written
Right.
and read. And
Just
I
like
can
you
sit out
listen to
there.
your parents, you have to listen to the age of the wisdom of the ages, but there's no way to verify. The only way to verify it is by the proof that it bears. Like the example I use, where if the Bible says something's there and you go look and it's there, you could probably believe it. You know.
You've gotten into that fuzzy happy feeling of faith in nothing versus faith in something. Faith in anything trumps faith in nothing.
That's
You can
true.
fight for something. You cannot fight for nothing. There's no two ways about it. Once your faith is broken in whatever goal you're going towards, you are not necessarily guaranteed to fail, because some people can persevere through sheer just gritted
Willpower.
determination.
Yeah.
Willpower, type A personality, methamphetamines, whatever it is that's driving them. Cocaine, they can go straight into the heart of the whole fucking issue like that. But when it comes to trying to fight for something that actually matters to you, that is when a person truly shines. Now, that doesn't work if that thing is nothing, or against you. Against you is no good either. Just saying, well, I disagree.
Right.
That's not a position. That's an anti-position.
Right.
And
You can't argue a negative.
Yeah, you can't argue from a negative approach. It's just that's weak sauce. That's just straight up nothing juice. That's a whole nothing burger with extra toppings of nothing. So,
yeah, I would much rather somebody say something I disagree with than say, I know you are, but what am I? What can I do with that?
Or start quoting scripture. I swear to God, I'm going to copy and paste the whole Constitution on that motherfucker. I will drop it in, and I will fucking list it by fucking quoting verse, man. Like, what do you
notice that all of my argument?
Figure it out, man.
Yeah. You notice that all of my argument came from my head. It didn't come from me reading anything.
And it was well done. There were a few points that you got flustered on with where not really flustered. That's not what I mean. Where you just dropped it and moved to something else because you read a different comment.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to do that. That's the thing, is Homecuz there is a troll. He's not an active real person. He may be an actual person.
I'm not sure.
I know. I sat in that motherfucker's chat. I do this when I'm considering subbing a channel. I go sit in their live streams to see what kind of people hang out there. See what kind of vicious mongrels are sitting in the wings,
Is he doing exactly the same thing over there?
All he does is hammer in quote and verse. He quotes chapter and verse, and then agrees with whatever Homecuz on the screen said.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what is he called? The preacher? Is that what he calls himself?
Yeah, as if.
Well, I thought that was pretty big britches too. Yeah. That's why I was like, when you go against Raging Atheist, I'm not talking about going against him. I'm talking about the preacher. I was like, fuck, you got his ass. We need to talk about the Raging Atheist, because that motherfucker's gonna eviscerate your ass. If you take the wrong tack with him, he'll make you look like a fool, dude. And the only reason is
you ain't got no faith in me.
That's not what I'm saying. I didn't say that. This man is a professional. He's specific. Go look at his history, his channels, channels that he took apart. Go look at some of the earlier ones, back before he got quite so polished, where he got a little bit heated. Now every stream he does this. Well, I'm going to go ahead and tell you about. That's what his fans like to see. And I saw, well and good. I fine. Just fine there, doctor. You're good. Run with it. The trick is to make that look like an idiot.
Well, I don't have to.
Usually twist it. Well, you have to do it without going overboard yourself. That's going to be the challenge because he could care less. Remember what I said about the difference between understanding of faith? He sees faith as a mental illness. And
Yep.
in his case, he is correct, because if he had that mental illness, he would go broke. He'd be hungry. Think about it.
I am.
It's mental illness. It's different for you because your finances, your life is not attached to the fact that you have this opinion.
Right.
His entire existence is attached to the fact that he has this.
Yeah. Well, I seem to think that people that bark at the screen have a mental illness. Because if he did that to me, I would give him one of these.
Well, I mean, I'm not necessarily saying he barked at the screen, but he might as well have been, for all I could fucking understand him.
Yeah.
He could have been sloughing his head around in a bucket full of ice and made more sense. But he is preaching to 3,000 people. 3,000 people who either agree or hate watch. The ones that agree, you might be able to gain their respect, but fuck, respect doesn't pay the goddamn bills.
Right.
There would be in that group about 150 dead accounts, probably 150 ghosted accounts, which are accounts people used once or twice and then just dumped. So they would also be dead accounts. So you could say he has 2,800 or so. Of those, roughly half or so that bothered to sub would be to some extent agreeers, if not necessarily atheist believers. Then you'd have the other half, which are broken into hate watch, the people who just like the sound of his fucking voice, or people who don't have an opinion but like to watch him dismantle other people.
Yeah.
That's all kind of falls under hate watch. And then you've got people who watch him with the intent to prove him wrong or whatever. And so you have to understand that none of these people give enough of a shit about the subject to fucking care. Anyone who does care is on his side. You're in his audience. You're not bringing 1,000, 3,000, 5,000 people to the table. You're bringing 7.
I'm getting there.
It depends on who that 7 is. I'm just saying, you choose the right people, you might be onto something. But it's a situation where you're going to walk in, which not having fucked with chat or comment wars or any of that silliness. I mean, this seems to be your first foray into a major comment war.
A little.
Well, I spent 3 years as a comment troll. And
I wish you could have read that fight that I had.
I wish I could have read the other side too. As a moderator, I thought I'd be able to. I fiddled with that fucker everywhere I could, twisted it all kinds of ways. Damn near broke my YouTube trying to do it. It was it looked like things was getting a little antsy up in there. I just really wish I'd have had the other side of it. I kind of feel like I could guess.
Yeah, you probably could. Just
quote,
think woke.
Chapter and verse, and then say something stupid. Yep. And then you'd respond, and he'd quote chapter and verse and say something stupid.
Yeah, except it was about wokeism.
Okay.
So
well,
my cousin is a transgender, right?
Okay.
And we grew up religious, the whole family, right? This kid broke off and moved to California and married a dude and turned into a woman. And then out of nowhere, he sees me preaching to his mama, and he comes onto the channel and attacks me, saying that I'm filling her head full of nonsense and all this stuff. And that's what started it. Because his mother is my aunt, and she loves me, and she supports my channel. But I'm pretty sure she's already figured out what she believes,
Right. There's no point in preaching to somebody older than you.
Right.
I mean,
right.
Maybe under certain circumstances. There are a few people out there who could, who seek. One of my
obviously, I have a stance that's against that type of behavior. I don't buy into that whole woke shit,
Yes.
I don't play that game. I know
I
what's
have,
reality, and I stay in
I have a
reality.
different approach to woke.
Do you?
Yeah, they don't like it.
What
They
is it?
really don't. All right. Are you familiar with the First Amendment of the Constitution and how it functions? It covers a whole shitload of ground, and it's only what, like 4 sentences?
Mm-hmm.
It's not much. There's not much there. It's really hard to misinterpret. It's like there's only so much there.
Yep.
And that freedom of speech also operates in reverse.
Well,
You
freedom of speech is not
cannot be
the right to
judged.
say whatever you want. It's the right to
No, it's
say
not.
whatever somebody else don't want.
That's a good way to look at it.
Yeah.
That's not a bad analogy. That's pretty good
It's
actually.
protected speech.
Yeah. But there's another side to the freedom of speech that most people never even consider. Not only does it prevent you from stopping me from saying something I think or want to say, provided it's not illegal to say, which some things are, fire in a crowded theater type thing. There's a gun and there's not one. Or
Right.
terroristic threats are off the table. Certain tones of hate speech used in a certain way, I can agree, is hate speech.
Let's see, I don't. I
But
agree.
beyond all that,
Yeah, I think that's
the other
why we
side,
have freedom of speech.
you cannot compel me to speak for nothing.
Right.
Nothing at all. There is
Right.
no reason, none under the Constitution where you get to tell me you have to say this. So when they go there, when they're like, well, you have to use my pronouns. I'm
No, I
sorry,
don't.
honey. I don't have to do a fucking thing. As far as I'm concerned, you're a gargantuan minnow. You are actually 3 possums in a trench coat. You're not even a real person. So why should I have to respect speech that I don't personally comply with? I don't care. It's not my concern.
Yeah, that whole compelled speech thing was getting pretty heated last year, and they were really trying to push that shit hard. I'm not doing it. I'm just not going to do it. You want to be called? You want to wear a dress and call yourself a lady?
Oh yeah, go for it. You want to be a man? You want to cut your doublies off and go have your fun bags removed? Okay,
just don't get any of it on me. That's all I'm asking.
When you come into my home and I say, "What's up, dude?" Go with it. Don't argue with me about it. Don't say, "Well, dude is a transsexual phobic word." You want to know what really fucking pissed me off? When they were doing that goddamn was it Marjorie Taylor Greene nomination hearing, and Google changed the term sexual preference to hate speech because she used it.
Yes.
They put words in that woman's mouth by changing definitions, and that is what she should have went to bear on.
Well, see, the whole game is crooked. The whole thing.
Yeah, it is. It's not designed to be able to win. You can't compete in their sphere, which is why I say, win if you can, lose if you must, but always cheat. Cheat the algorithm, cheat the patrons, cheat the people, cheat the place, cheat every part of it. Utilize YouTube for what it is useful for, which is a decent streaming platform and a ready source of fans. Dip the fuck out with those fans at the very first opportunity.
I got my eyes on a TV station.
You will be adding on Trovo. You will be adding on maybe an Instagram or some other feature. You need a third Odyssey if you can get there. The Minds isn't terrible, but the streaming is like real shit. Trovo's probably the best alternative streaming platform.
There's D-Live.
D-Live has its own problems, but yes, it's virtually impossible to become monetized on any of that shit.
Well, they do it with lemons, and you save them up. It's like a penny.
On Trovo, it's mana, and on fucking and you earn it by watching stuff, and they can give it back to you. But really, as far as I can determine, all you can use it for is either buying other subscriptions on Trovo or to boost a channel that you watch on Trovo.
But I've got the PayPal thing, so they can go there.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying is having PayPal allows you to bypass the entire fucking issue with Streamlabs, StreamYards, and everybody that wants a piece between the start and the finish of the world.
Well, you see, I am building a church. So at some point, 501c3 is going to come into play.
Well, sure.
And when that happens, we'll actually be able to have a nonprofit.
Isn't there a 5013B and 5013C?
There
And let
is,
me
but
see if
I'm
I
not
got
that
this
familiar
right.
with it yet.
If I'm not mistaken, 5013C is a nonprofit disclosing all donations and where the donations go. And 5013B is the one where once you have enough money, you can establish a 5013B and give all the money to the B, and then it's a non-disclosed nonprofit.
Yeah. C is the one that all the churches use
Right. And you have to disclose kind of how your money is used, where it goes to an
to some
extent, but
degree. Yeah.
you don't pay taxes on it. So it doesn't matter what you tell them. So you just tell them, you get that
Right.
lack of being taxed. Um, yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. That sounds kind of culty.
No, not at all what I'm talking about.
Jury's out. Have not made a decision on how I feel about that.
It will
We'll call
function.
back later.
It will function via either a television network or YouTube. It won't be a location where
We
people come,
evangelizing him.
and it will never be preachy. It'll be always what you've seen me do. It'll just get more complex because what I'm teaching right now is just the meat and potatoes of what the Bible says. I haven't even begun to get into Bible codes and deeper meanings of things and how things connect to other things, and then the ancient Greek and how all that lays out and what those symbols mean, and numerology and astrology. And I mean, this can go on for years, and I'm just getting started.
Yeah. No. You remember what I was saying about you having a whole bunch of old videos to go fuck with?
Yeah.
That is a backdoor into the algorithm. Those old videos, the fact that they're still there on YouTube, mean that they pass muster as far as YouTube is concerned. They've
Right.
been there for so long. If they go back and try to copyright strike or use any kind of terms of service against them, you can bring up the question: why the fuck didn't you do it 10 years ago?
Yeah.
Why didn't you do it 8 years ago? Why didn't you do it 4 years ago? They've been there.
None of them are that long. They're only 4 years old. So.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying. Why didn't you do it before now if you're suddenly going to take interest in an old video I did? The video didn't change. Your terms of service changed, and how? That's going to be the issue.
Right.
That's the issue all YouTubers have, because you're specifically, because of the labels. You're going to end up being labeled a religious fundamentalist channel, and then you're about 2 steps away from a literal Nazi channel. Maybe one. I'm not joking. I'm serious, dude. These
I'm the furthest thing from a Nazi there is.
Conservatives are. They're the least fascist people on earth, and that's why everybody calls them fascists, because we just stare at them and go, really? Well, when the fascists show up, you'll find out who's fascist. They'll be the ones kicking in your fucking door. They'll be the ones taxing your fucking gas. They'll be the ones taxing how far you walk. They'll be the ones taxing your fucking bread. They will be the ones trying to put forth bread and circuses to keep you entertained while they take your guns.
Yeah. And we will be the ones with 2A shirts on in 1776, baby. Every one of my cousins has a small arsenal in their basement, and I ain't playing.
Yeah, I know. They got the guns, G. They for real.
That's right.
But I don't know what to make of it. I know that I had angles on 3 different pieces of property in the past 2 years, and it literally every time I went to have a specific, okay, let's sign some papers, all of a sudden somebody showed up by it. As soon as the papers were printed up, it was like they were waiting for the papers to get printed up to come and offer not just 10% more, not 20% more, 50% above market value.
Yeah, that's those people that are trying to do away with private property.
I own property.
Me too.
I don't like the property I own. I would like to own it and something else elsewhere.
Right.
It's that something else elsewhere that has gotten to be an issue.
You might need to look outside of where you're at. I don't know if you're aware of it or not because you're there, but Georgia has turned blue. Really, really
Yes,
blue.
well, the cities are blue.
Yeah.
The legalese is going blue as fuck. The cops are starting to go blue, which is
Yeah.
starting to scare me. That hasn't happened here because Joel ain't playing that shit.
Right. But it's
Joel
only a
just
matter of time. He's going to fall to pressure.
yeah, but I'll tell you this much: he showed up, talked to me in person during COVID, and I quote because nobody else would talk to him because he wouldn't wear a mask. He had a mask. He had it in his hand when he walked up. And I was like, "You gonna wipe off your windshield with that?" He stuck it in his pocket and smiled. We stood around, talked for a good hour and a half. I'm like, let me guess, man, you ain't got nothing to do you? He's like, well, you ever tried to run for sheriff when there ain't no crime? That's the only platform a sheriff can run on is being tough on crime. And there's literally, Raymond, nothing going on. Nowhere.
Just give it a
Nothing.
minute. 2020 is almost here.
I was like, yeah, you just take your breath. Just take a wind, dude. You can literally look at everybody and say that you were sheriff pro tem during the lowest level of crime in Georgia history, in Washington County history, is what I told him. And he sat there and looked at me funny. He said, "You reckon that's gonna matter?" I said, "In 2 years, it'll be all that matters. They won't ask why it was the lowest crime. They'll just know that you were pro tem sheriff at the time and became sheriff."
You're the guy that did it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, whether he's the guy that did it or not doesn't matter. He was the guy that was there when it happened, so he must have done something, right?
Yeah.
Right? Right.
Well, right now, as far as I can see, the only places that look moderately sane is Polk City, Florida, and maybe Montana. Maybe.
Well, yeah.
Maybe Wyoming.
Mm,
Probably not, though.
I kind of got some sketch in my mind about crossing state lines with firearms at the moment.
Oh, don't do that.
Yeah, and getting me out of this state's going to be an issue with the firearms I might have available. That whole line about not being able to buy a fucking cannon.
Yeah.
What?
You should be able to buy a tank if you can afford it.
A cannon is a black powder weapon. They're
Right.
unregulated. In theory, you can carry one into a school. It's not a firearm
Right.
by no definition. It is a black powder. It's a cap and ball revolver. It's a non-revolver cap and ball black powder weapon.
Right.
Cannon, yeah, got one.
Me too.
It shoots cue balls.
Yeah.
Off of a pool table.
I've got, if you give me something round and a little bit of time with some peat moss and some sulfur, I got a cannon too.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is like Pops actually has one out there. It's been there for fucking ever. It's in the fucking shed. It's just there. I don't remember where it came from or why. It's just like that big
Probably
ass
some
saw.
Civil War thing he collected.
Fuck, I don't know. Fuck, I doubt it. No,
It
man,
might
it's not
actually
that
be worth
old.
some money. Hank Williams Jr. collects them things. You might want to send him a picture of it.
It's it's some piece of crap somebody made in their shed for anvil shooting.
Oh.
You ever been anvil shooting?
No.
Tommy
But I
Tanner
can picture
took
it.
me anvil shooting. No, I'm
Is that
not sure.
anything like pumpkin chucking?
With dynamite, yeah. Kinda. You see how far you can launch the anvil off of whatever you brought with you to launch it using whatever explosives you made to do it.
Yeah, I got you.
It's it's a thing that became a tradition amongst they call themselves shooters, but they're basically demolitions people, kind of stay in practice in a civilian way. And it is perfectly legal for trained demolitions professionals to go and play with all the explosives they want to in Georgia. So,
yeah,
and believe it or not, I know it seems like a stretch, but Tommy Tanner was a licensed demo expert, which is just the most batshittiest thing I've ever laid my eyes on. Because if you ever met Tommy Tanner, you know that is a disturbing thought process.
I've met some Tanners, but I don't know if I've met him.
He's one that lived over there at the end of Indian Trail, right there where it comes out 272. Had that beautiful redheaded daughter, about 6'4".
Mm-hmm.
She's fucking giantess, man. She's fucking gorgeous. She's gorgeous in that Pippi Longstocking kind of way, like the girl next door sort of way.
That's what I like.
She ain't got to be beautiful because she just is. Does that make sense? No makeup, no nothing. Better than all the makeup in the world because you can see her freckles and her little pimples and shit. It just makes it even that much cuter.
You're talking my language.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I really can't help it.
That's what I like, man. I'm into earthy. I don't like bullshit. Plastic.
Might have been the purpose for life in the first place. Now that we've gotten there, God's done.
Maybe.
You know, fucking just literally just slough off a surface nuisance.
Well, he definitely wiped his hands of us for sure, but I think there's redemption.
I've always kind of had a leaning towards the deist concept of there being an initial creator and hands off. Since then, that has a certain flavor to it that kind of feels like something about it might be right. I'm not saying that's it. I'm just saying there's something there to it.
Well, no, believe it or not, God really tried to be with man.
I wasn't around. I can't prove none of that shit. I wasn't there for none of that.
I'm just telling you what.
I don't want to meet that guy. I don't want no second part of that.
You don't have to worry about it. It wasn't you he was angry with. The people that he destroyed that everybody talks about, the angry God, those were not people. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm going to avoid any dehumanizing,
I don't think you heard me.
I heard you.
The people that he destroyed in the Bible were not people.
And that is one of those religious fundamentalist points that you need to avoid saying on camera.
Why?
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Back it up with text.
You can quote scripture and text on that all you want to, but making broad statements that these type of people aren't people, regardless of who those people are, that's going to be construed in YouTube terms of service as some type of hate speech, some type of exclusionary language.
No, not at all.
It is exclusionary to the people who are already dead and not people.
No.
It excludes them.
You're not hearing me. They were not human beings.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay.
And saying that by saying anyone, anywhere, ever, under any circumstances, wherever, not human beings, is dehumanizing those individuals, and that is hate speech.
How can you dehumanize a non-human?
Terms of service does not care whether you think it was human or not. It doesn't matter. I'm talking about the actual physical words that you strung together in a row. Right. Say it in a different way.
Human.
Rephrase.
Born from an angel.
Okay, now you're talking. Yes, they were inhuman, not human. There
was no human being in them. That's why God destroyed them.
The term not inhuman back to back is going to be flagged by an algorithm over here that don't even care what you were trying to say. It's not human either. It's offended by the not human line. The AI wants to eat you.
It may, but I can't not say what isn't true. Yes, I said it that way for a reason. I can't not say what isn't true.
Well, that would go entirely. I just don't even know where that one lands. Which reminds me of a ball bearing covered in grease. It's going somewhere. I just can't figure it out.
That's right.
Let's see. I got my plug out of it. I'm at 50%. I'm all right.
Are you getting tired?
No, my phone.
Are you trying to get out of the conversation?
My phone was almost dead. Oh shit!
What?
Hey man.
What?
I wonder if I can bring something into the Streamlabs with us. I bet I can't. You might be able to. Actually, no. You're the host. You'd have to do it.
Tell me.
Bring up your search bar thing and type in mandatory carry.
Ouch.
However the hell that works. This would be a good practice. I don't know if he just went live or if he's doing a video. But he's another one of those weird folks that have been like cubbyholed like we were.
Mandatory carry / vice.
It says something like it'll look like a Russian word, but it's the Volstead Act backwards. It's got a picture of Bones with a pair of sunglasses on that look like he just got a Thug Life award.
Are you talking about for YouTube?
Yes, for YouTube.
Oh, I was looking in Google.
Dyatlov Act mandatory carry is the name of the channel, but it's just the Volstead Act written backwards. It's the act that made it legal for the federal government to determine what arms were allowable within a home, and then they had to repeal it because everybody was like, "Bitch, I got M16s and shit." I don't know what you're talking about. His YouTube avatar is Bones from Star Trek, Dr. McCoy, with a pair of Thug Life sunglasses, like little digital sunglasses.
I'm looking. All I see is transgenders. I'll try again.
The mandatory carry? Weird. Two words.
I typed in what you said.
Yeah, the Dyatlov shit, it's not even, it sounds Russian. It's not. It's the Volstead Act.
All right, I'm here.
So you got mandatory carry.
Yep.
And it's he just released a video. Throw him a sub. He's a decent guy. He's kind of a nut job, but he does lives once a week, and he sticks to his own script. You know, so you can chat all you want. He's not really going to care. He'll read your chats out, but he's not going to get pissy because you said something. He doesn't care. Big on First Amendment. Now, can you bring it up where it's visible in the thing here? You should be able to minimize both of us. I'll even go cam dark on that.
I'm trying to figure out how to do it.
There's
share. Hold on. Share screen. Sharing is easy.
Exactly the practice you need.
Screen sharing works best on a good computer. Use Chrome if you'd like to share audio with your screen. Share screen.
You can just minimize me out of existence if that'll give you the. Because I'm almost certain he just dropped a video about when his next live will be.
Well, I can't seem to get his window that I just pulled up, but I can do this. Can you see that?
I see a yes. All right.
All right, let's see.
I wonder if I can fiddle with. Oh, I can zoom in and stuff, dude. This is gonna be dangerous. You know, fucked up now. Let's see.
Now, I can figure out how to do this, but for some reason it won't let me use that picture. Well, let me try again. All right.
Seems like you should be able to minimize both of us to one side.
Right.
Which should leave you one what quadrant or whatever you call it? One cell?
Yeah. One cell.
Yeah. I've seen it done. I just never been on the doing side of it.
There we go. I got it now.
All right. Yeah, there it is. You just did it. That's it. That's it. That's it.
No. All right. Now let's see if I can get it. All right. That's full screen. Let me see if it'll play.
Live? Oh, he is currently live, ain't he?
It looks that way. All right. It's going to get noisy.
All right. That's fine.
Maybe. I don't know.
That's assuming it works. All right. That's Mandy.
I'll tell you all the truth. I voted no on Prop 2 too. That was California's.
All right.
Can you hear him?
Barely. But I don't really need to hear him at the moment.
But I need to know if you can hear him.
I can't understand him as if he was like in your show. But
Right.
it's like you're listening to him and I'm hearing him through your mic.
Okay. So it's not putting audio through.
No, it's putting your mic through, but not the audio of the video through.
The reason for that is because I'm using Firefox and not Chrome. I need to use Chrome if I'm going to do this.
Right. Okay. All right.
All right. So we know we can do it now.
It can be done.
Yes.
Yeah. I was starting to wonder about him.
Nice way to change the subject.
Huh?
Nice way to change the subject.
I'm not here to have a religious discussion with you. If we're going to do that, we'll do it live. And
that's fine.
If I'm going to be made a fool of, I want witnesses.
I would never make a fool of you.
Lies, all lies. You will totally let me make a fool of myself.
I would not. I'm not that kind of guy. You're my cousin. I'm interested in educating people. I'm not interested in making fools of people.
Oh, wow. I wonder if he's alive. I bet he'd be willing to fucking do some tinkering.
I don't know the guy.
I know. I've been trying to get you to come to a live, and you just don't chat. I don't know if you've been there or what, or none of that. I've mentioned it to you a dozen times. He's a Second Amendment channel. He does like product reviews and prepper type stuff. He was a smoke jumper. He was in the fucking Coast Guard, and he's like hardcore militia / Coast Guard.
Yeah. The deal is the subject matter just doesn't interest me. I appreciate the First Amendment and I support it, but I don't want to talk about it. You know what I mean?
Well, that's not the subject of his live streams. His live streams, he has a point that he makes, and then we chat.
Right.
And we talk about what the fuck ever comes up. You know, usually his point, like you're reading, you read for what, like an hour and a half, depending on how you feel. His subject usually runs 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then yeah.
Did you just private conversation me? Asshole.
I'm not going to stand between her and going to see her friends. I don't have a problem with it. The issue I have with it is if she's trying to use us as a backdoor out from under her mama. I cannot be that. That is not my place. Well, if it was Ivy, I'd go get the kid, bring her home, and then we'd talk about it. That's different. That's actually my child. Okay. All right, as long as everybody's cool with it, I'm not going to stand in the way of it. She's almost grown. She's got, what, 6 months? 5 months? In October, she's 18 and is no longer anybody's consideration. Love you. I do love my babies, but good God, why they got to grow up.
I know, right? Jesus.
Have you seen my daughters, man?
Not since they were tiny.
One of them looked like Mia Khalifa. The other one looks like the Christina Ricci, kind of.
Holy shit.
Right. No, dude, I can't take them fucking nowhere.
Who's that?
Good looking kid.
That's my boy.
Yeah. You did good.
He looks just
How
like
old
me,
is he
don't
now?
he?
Yeah, well, he looks better than you did. I'll be honest.
Hang on
He
a
ain't
minute.
had no belt laid across his fucking face. One of my very earliest memories of you, man, was you coming to the house with 3 of your teeth loose. And nobody willing to explain exactly how it was that you had 3 teeth not loose. How old's that one?
She is now 16. This is right before they took her from me.
Yeah. You getting
There
the
you go.
clue. You starting to understand now. See, I got an 18-year-old and a 16 going on 25-year-old. And apparently everything you do with the camera moves backwards when I move it. I gotta do things to straighten it out. That is weird. It's like flying upside down.
What happened?
I'm playing with my camera. Like,
Were you able to see that picture?
yeah.
That's my daughter, Kylie, and that was Jesse, my son.
Yeah.
And both of those pictures were just before they took them from me. They left babies, and I lost them, so I don't get that back. It's gone.
Yeah, no, you don't. You don't. There's nothing you can do with that, and that's kind of the reason why I approached my situation the way I did. Also, I had a bit of a unique circumstance too. For the
Me
first
too, but
5
the other
years,
way.
she absolutely refused to believe that I could possibly be the father. There was no way in hell it's possible. We hadn't had sex. It hadn't happened. I was like, "Liz, you got real drunk. It did happen. It did." She's like, "Well, no, it just can't be. There's no way." And then she started breaking out due to all kinds of different weird things, like losing her skin.
I remember that. I remember you talking about
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
She was
So
about 4 years old then, wasn't she?
she just turned. She was fixing to turn 5,
That's Ivy,
and
right?
yeah.
That's
And
that's
Casey
the
showed
last
up,
time I
handed me
saw her
Ivy,
was
said,
she's
"You need
about
to
that
daddy your
age.
daughter." Yeah.
And she was a beautiful little baby.
Oh God, dude.
I'm proud of you, actually.
Man, that girl is 2 handfuls of trouble just waiting
Yeah.
to get out. She is 10 pounds of trouble in a 2-pound bag.
Do you see how beautiful my daughter is? She's a boy now.
Give it time. 85% of people who start going into transition back within 10 years. It's a cult, dude.
I
I
know it's a
know
cult.
it's a cult, and the more you tell her she's wrong, the more you say that that's not right, the harder she's going to lean into it. So all you can really do is bite your tongue and let
Yeah, I have
nature take
trouble
its
with that.
course.
I'm working on it, but I have trouble with that.
Hey, I was pretty straight with my kids. I was like, look, y'all can both say all of this stuff you want to, but when it comes down to it, the only ones that will inherit the earth are the ones that are breeding. The rest of it is the suicide squad. It ends in destruction and nothing else. Death.
Destruction,
with no replacement.
starvation, and genocide.
Generally, genocide takes the middle rank in there somewhere. It starts with destruction, following genocide, and then just ultimate death. Like, yeah,
I just don't understand why they're doing this. How they did it.
Money.
They did it in less than 5 years, dude. 5 years, the whole world changed.
They've been indoctrinating these students for the past 20 years. They were starting that shit when I was coming up in high school, and we were inoculated against it by real life. They were just trying to set up that whole prison state with the high school where they had fucking zero tolerance. And dude, I was a member of a shooting club.
Yeah.
At school when I was in
I wasn't, but I remember kids bringing their 22s and leaning them up against the wall.
I used to keep 22 on my desk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't even a thing.
No.
Now, granted, I had to have it. It had to be presented at any point in time. It was requested that it cannot be loaded. The bullets had to be in a separate container. There were all kinds of fucking rules.
Yeah, fine with that.
And we didn't have no school shooters.
None.
Because it wouldn't have lasted long. There was at least 2 people tanking in most classes. So that shit would help. The fucking teacher usually had a pistol back when I was in school.
Yeah. I am in
We talk
favor
about
of
which
that law.
calibers were best. Man,
I think that every school should have at least 2 certified instructors that nobody knows who they are packing.
I have a different opinion on that. That's why I wanted you to come listen to Mandatory Carry, because what actually got me to find his channel was the fact that I believe the only way we're going to deal with this question of rights versus allowances, because right now Biden and the government are saying, well, you get your rights from the government, and you don't.
They
You
come
do
from
not.
God.
They come from what a man can do himself. If God is involved, then fine. But if you can't do it by yourself, praying for it ain't gonna help.
Right.
And so Tim Pool said it best once, I think. Rights are what you have when you are alone in the wilderness.
Yeah. Well, Tim Pool being a not necessarily religious person, I think he's like you. I think he knows there's a God, but doesn't know what to call it, so he just doesn't touch the subject.
Well, Tim Pool came up from the left side of the tracks that I'm on.
Right. But you see,
He
even
claims
Tim
to be a
Pool
milk
calls them
toast fence sitter.
inalienable rights.
He claims to be a milk toast fence sitter, but the fence he's sitting on is distinctly left of center.
Yes, it is.
He was coming up, he's younger than I am, and he was
Eh,
coming up when the Overton window had already shifted significantly to the left during the
Yes.
Bush years.
And he came up in Chicago.
Yeah, and well, that he was already left leaning in the first place, and
Yeah.
coming up from Chicago, like me and Joe Cool had this conversation. He asked me one day, he's like, which I've been as Great Scotch Roll. I was in Joe Cool's chats when he was like a 50 sub channel.
Sorry about that, by the way.
What was that?
Calling you Great Sky Troll the other day.
Fuck it, doesn't matter at this point.
Slipped. I had other things on my mind.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't matter. In fact, I've come to realize that because of the way I replaced my profile, I don't think there's anything attaching me to Great Sky Troll anymore. Because when I did it, I shut everything down, closed everything out. I deleted the channel. I eliminated it from the phone. I deleted evidence of it from the phone, like in the memory and shit. I went to my fucking modem and shut the bitch off. Turned my phone off. Turned everything off. And then without the modem or anything hooked up, I turned my phone on. Activated the which it's not great, but it's an in-phone VPN.
Yeah.
Started Caucasian Sasquatch. Launched in Google Pro. It was like I bought the phone brand new.
No wonder it took you so long to get here.
Yeah, it took a minute because I have nothing peripheral attached. When I tried to set up Facebook and it wouldn't let me set it up as Caucasian Sasquatch, it fuddled me, man. I'm like, what in the hell? No, I'm not giving you an ID. Fuck all you motherfuckers.
I was like, I sent it to your wife, dude. Just click the link. I'm not trolling you.
No, that wasn't the question. The issue is trying to get here to this point as Caucasian Sasquatch with my little fucking avatar doohickey.
Yeah, but nobody's ever going to see this, and as soon as we're done, I'm deleting it.
Not this, but this means that at some point in time in the future, we could do this, and it wouldn't be a huge fucking stop to the show. It'd take you a minute to set it up beforehand, me a minute to jump in, do whatever it is we're going to do. I've even got my little avatar. I can fucking change it back and forth how I fucking see fit, which is pretty neat. I kind of like this one better. This one's more artistic. The other one's obviously a Yeti.
Yeah, I like that one better too.
Yeah. I'm hoping I don't get no kind of strike for using it. I mean, I did hijack it straight off fucking Google. Well, I'm pretty sure that's what everybody does, right? I mean,
well, you're not supposed to, but it wouldn't take you but just a minute to alter it a little bit. Then it wouldn't be the same picture.
It's actually been minimized and lightened. I edited it.
I mean, you could like add a little something to it, flip it around, face it another direction, put nipples on it.
That's a good idea. I should flip it. That would be a good plan. I'll
flip
do that.
Put nipples on it.
I'm not interested in bat nipples.
I'm in favor of the nipples.
Okay, we're getting rid of the nipples. Nipples are gone. No, you don't have to consider nipples anymore. They're no longer a
I want
consideration.
nipples.
Well, that's a personal problem. Perhaps you can handle it personally.
Wednesday, I'm gonna say, "Hey, what's up, nipples?" I mean, Caucasian.
Yeah, that's gonna go well. I'm sure. You go over like a Led Zeppelin.
That's fun.
Mm.
No, but yeah, that whole gun thing, man. I really think that there should be somebody armed at school and somebody that knows how to use that weapon, not
I
some.
think there should be a class. I
Yeah,
think it
they
should be required learning.
certified, trained, not some little scared lunch lady, but like the basketball coach or something. And then nobody in
Well,
the school knows who he is.
actually, dude, when it comes to that shit, God made man, right? But
Yep,
Samuel Colt made him equal.
that's
So
right.
you can say not the little lunch lady, but my aunt would cap any one of them motherfuckers without even batting a goddamn
Yeah.
eye, and she was one hell of a shot. My
And when
sister
I
too.
said that, I was talking about people that are scared
Yeah,
of guns.
yeah, I got you. I got you. I'm just saying that's part of what I'm saying is. Oh, there it is. I lost my fucking lighter. Um, it shouldn't be a situation where people have to be let know that, oh, by the way, you've got this and this is a right. It's actually one of the amendments of the Constitution. Wait, you
That's
may not
right.
have a gun. There should be a class in school.
That's right.
Like we have civics that teaches you about government. Where's our constitutional class?
Right.
Where's our amendments? Where is the class that teaches you that this is your fundamental right to
Amen.
possess this thing? I'm doing the whole. Hold on, I can do this. Hold up, let me get straight.
You're giving me a headache.
I'm just trying to get it lined up on the light just right.
All I'm seeing is
Yeah, well, I was trying to find my lighter. I lost that bitch. It was escaping me.
hey, like that one.
Sparkly.
This little lighter is deceptive. I found it in a parking lot. You can take it completely apart and replace everything. And
Neat.
you can fill it. And
No,
every
that's cool.
part of it is replaceable.
I had one like that many moons ago that I kept in my tool belt.
Yeah.
It was a cigarette sized lighter that would fit a blister for like a bullet.
Mm-hmm.
You could slide it right in. You could refill it from the bottom. You could pop out the flint and replace it, no problem. Used basic Zippo flints. Used basic butane fuel.
Look,
Zipperoo doodle doo.
look. I'm not just talking about the flint. You can take the whole wheel out.
Right. Well, that was how that one was. You
Right.
had to like push it in and pop it,
Right.
slide
The
out.
flint goes in this little tube, and I guess it's got spare everything in it. That's badass. Whoever invented
Yeah.
that was thinking.
That's what I'm saying is the one that I had was a tiny one. It was a little bitty thing.
Yeah.
Held enough fluid for maybe 2 days. But it was small enough that I could put it in my tool belt in a slot that went for a pencil.
Mm-hmm.
And it was there. It didn't catch on anything. I was able to use all my tools and pop my lighter out, use it, put it back without having to look for where it was.
Perfect.
Even when it rained, the lighter didn't get wet because it was under the edge of my shirt or something. There was some reason it wouldn't get wet.
Probably waterproof.
It might have been. I didn't really think about it that way. Hadn't crossed my mind that it might be waterproof. But I don't remember ever having a problem lighting a cigarette in the rain.
Yeah. I haven't
And
tested that one, but it wouldn't surprise me. It does everything else.
That was part of the reason why I got the big money that I got for doing what I did, was because I did jobs where weather wasn't a consideration.
Me too.
Sometimes you just can't fucking do that shit. You just can't do it. You can't fly goddamn 10 in the wind. You can't do it. So there's certain points where you just got to pull the plug on it. But like, I'd get the call when somebody just had a limb go through their roof and it's still raining.
Yeah.
Go in there and seal that summage back up. And I don't mean like just throw some tarps over it and go back to bed. I mean, I'd go in there with plywood, fix it. I worked maintenance for like Smith Shepherd. So if something went wrong with a trailer, I've probably fixed it before.
That's cool.
you know, trailers are weird. They don't use normal size anything.
I had a job I would have loved to have kept, but my body just couldn't handle it. And the older I got, the harder it got. But I was making $60 an hour plus time and a half. That's a lot of money.
Oh yeah.
I was building big machines like that
Yeah,
conveyor belts run on, and like if
the
you
big
ever
bucks
seen like
I'm
the
talking
Coke
about
factory with all the
wasn't nothing
bottles?
like that.
Yeah.
In this case, it was like they would have somebody come in and throw a bid at it or whatever, but I had already had an established bid with the company that, you know, given percentages of roof damage, if half of it's fucked, it's going to be this much. If this much, but they had all of their fucking equipment, they had all of their damn materials, they had all of the vehicles and everything needed to put it up there. Had this one limb go through which was the case in particular I was thinking of when I made the statement about a limb going through a roof. It cracked the center line of the trailer. It like broke its back.
It
There
was
is
a
no
double wide.
fixing that. Well, it was a single wide with like the arched roof.
Oh yeah.
Right. Once that center line is damaged, you can just about throw that trailer away. There's not a lot that can be done about it. So what we ended up doing is I come in, I did the repairs that could be done at that time, which was fucking 10 hours straight in damn near hurricane force winds of dragging tin and plywood and bending plywood in the rain and shit. But from the beginning, I was like, look, this is not going to fix this. This will keep their shit dry long enough to get it moved the fuck out of the house. That's what it's going to do. I'm not trying to shortshank you. I'm not screwing you. It's not going to fix this. There's no fixing it because I can't get to it from the underside. I can't actually seal it out. Just can't get to it because the ceiling's in the way. If you don't want me to rip out the ceiling, I can't seal it. Ceiling, seal it. It kind of goes hand in hand here. And they was like, well, do what you can. And they ended up moving her into another trailer and then asking me if I could fix it. I was like, yeah. I mean, like, but it's not going to have the same roof on it. Like, we literally have to remove that roof. His house fine. And, like, build another one. He's like, yeah. I'll be there Monday. No problem. That's a whole roof. I'll take the paycheck, go home. It'd be fine.
Hell yeah.
I went in there with a size grinder, a cut-off saw, and cut that summit straight down the middle and peeled it like a fucking banana. I had that thing done in about 4 days. It took me about $850 home. I was like, done.
Hell yeah. That's good stuff there.
Yeah, it was
I like to
do
work.
most of that work.
I like to work a little for a lot of money. In other words, I like to work a solid 3-hour work day with a lunch break and two 15-minute breaks on either side.
Right. And get paid for 2 days. I got it. I like doing it. I highball my bids. I always have. I always add 100% to it.
I always tell people I'm partially employed.
Yeah. I always tell people that I had to quit all that work shit. It was a bit too much like work.
It's getting worky. Yeah.
A little too worky for me. My take. Yeah.
I do this now. I make t-shirts and I work about 3 days a week and I make about $300 a week. And I make about, when everything is functioning, I make about $150-200 a week off the podcast. So
super.
It's enough.
That's fantastic. I had no idea. No clue.
It hadn't happened in a couple weeks.
I asked. It's none of my business.
I'm not hiding it.
Your deal. Totally your business, not mine. Not anybody else. I'm not.
But I hadn't got a paycheck in like 2 weeks, so it's not a regular thing. I can't count on it, but when it happens, it's nice. You know what I mean?
Well, you got about another 2 weeks before you get another paycheck. So.
Oh, thank you very much.
That's where I'm at. I figure I'll just cut it out when I get the money, and we'll just do it that way, because I can't really be relied on to send a monthly anything.
I had never asked you to do so.
No, I'm just saying I can't consciously remember to do it.
Yeah.
I had that check sitting in my goddamn living room for 6 fucking months. I had to take it apart, tear it up, get her to write a new one because it was from fucking 2 pay periods ago. I was like, I gotta send this shit. And I'd done that like 3 times too. Walked in, I gotta send this shit. Okay, let me get the address. Okay, I got the address. Okay, let me find the envelope. Fuck it, I'm
Well,
done.
look, if you trust me enough to be educatable enough that you would like to back me, then I greatly appreciate that and I accept. But I never ask for that. You know,
I know,
I ask generally, and
I
if
know,
anybody wants to add, that's great.
I know, I know. But I can also put up a specific topic, and we can
Yeah.
sit and talk about it for fucking ever, or until we're
Yeah,
done,
I
or
told you
whatever.
last night, didn't I? This is your podcast as much as it is mine.
It is not. You can say that, but it is not. It's
Well, I
yours.
mean, that's how I feel.
And
So,
I have a reason for saying that. It's because at some point in time, that's going to be an important aspect of it. We're doing this for your channel, but the only thing I'm getting out of it as far as the interaction is traction on my channel, which I actually might have a little more than you do, just because of the interaction of the channels I have interaction with, like Rob Bob, who has 2 million subs. Fucking Mandatory's got like 150 or something.
that's all
Ozark's
you're
got
getting out of it.
600. Huh?
Are you
Well,
are you really not getting anything out of my lessons?
no, as far as the actual functionality of channels, we're
No,
talking
I'm talking,
YouTube speak
yeah.
now.
No, I'm
Just
talking
YouTube
about
speak
the
now.
reason you're supporting me. Are you getting nothing from it other than just being my cousin?
I asked you to do a podcast and you did it.
Of course.
Okay, so the reason behind it is immaterial after that. I literally called you up and was like, bitch, what the fuck are you doing? Stop it. Do something else. And you did something else.
I turned it into an empire of 6.
Well, maybe 7,
It's a
depending on
little
what kind of
empire.
attitude that motherfucker's got Tuesdays. Well, you know, mountains and
Actually, I
molehills.
get about 30 views a video, so it's not bad.
Yeah, I might be 10 of those going back and doing my damn comments and shit. I got to click it every time. I don't give a shit.
I don't know if it counts doubles. I don't know if it does that.
Well, no, I did it with Great Sky Troll. I did it with Caucasian Sasquatch. I tried
So
to
it
do
does?
it with No, those are different people.
No, what I'm saying is if you visit it twice, does it count twice?
If I watch it more the second time than I did the first time, yes.
Okay.
So if I watch it for 10 seconds the first time, you get a view. If I watch it for a minute and a half, it's some amount. It's like a multiple. It's
but
not
won't
just
the
like
analytics say that I watched it like 3 times?
It will from my perspective, but from your perspective, it shouldn't give a shit who watched it or how many times they watched it. That's a view.
The audience can't see who watched it.
None of your
See that it was
None
watched.
of your out limits. None of them. Even as a moderator, I can't see any of your background shit.
You can't access any of the analytics.
Well, there are analytics I can access, but they are accessed from outside of your dashboard.
Oh, okay. I
So
thought that gave you access to my dashboard.
No, your dashboard is yours. I can't touch it. In fact, I don't think there's a way to give me access to that level. What I can do is I can look at your subscribes. I can look at things that you commented on, which are very few and far between.
Well, there is a way I could give you my password and you could log in.
Yeah, no, that would actually link a direct IP address between this phone and your channel, and that could become a questionable issue in the future. It might even become a legal issue in the future for whatever reasons. I can't even imagine.
From my end. I mean, I
No,
wouldn't
I just can't even imagine. I'm saying I can't think of a reason why it might, but possibly if something was done that violated some actual law somehow on stream, maybe, then it might become an issue as to which phone is who and what and fucking where and how and all that. I think it's easier to keep everything kind of separated down those lines. It'll be easier for a bunch of reasons.
I consider everything this channel gives me is a gift from God because I put my faith in God to grow it.
I have to pee. Ow!
Well, don't take me with you. I don't want to. I don't want to watch you pee.
And then
So,
what happened? Oh,
so as I was saying, if it weren't for the fact that when you donate to PayPal, you have a avatar. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't even know who donated. So it doesn't matter
right.
to me where the money comes from. It's that old thing. If I borrow money to pay my light bill, why do you give a shit where the money came from? The bill got paid.
Oh,
That
right.
means that I made the bill get paid. Doesn't matter
Right.
where the
As long
money
as the
came
bill
from.
gets paid,
You know what
doesn't
I'm
make
saying?
sense. Yeah.
That's the argument you can give your wife. Why do you care where I got the money? I got it. I did my job. I provided. It doesn't matter
I
where it
get my
came
money
from.
from my wife.
Well, then she can have that argument with you
Problem
then.
solved. Straight to the source.
That's right. Smart move.
I tell her we got a deal. We have it all worked out.
Yep.
I'll make the big decisions. She makes the little decisions, and she can let me know when a big decision comes along.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I don't even care. It's not even an issue.
Right.
So it only pops up when it's something she don't want to deal with.
Right.
And
Well,
if I've
you
got to
are
do,
the smartest person I know, and I trust in you for that.
that is absolutely
So,
fucking terrifying, man.
huh?
That's terrifying.
Why?
There should be at least one smarter person in the group. No, I'm fucking with you. I'm
Well, that's
saying
me.
Oh, I don't know me that well. I want to do it all myself. Well, I'm an Irishman. I'm forced to speak to God in order to have someone of an equivalency to speak with.
That's right. This is my island.
It's my island. Oh, fuck, it did it again. Oh, wait, I can do that. That worked. I accidentally did some shit. Hold on. How did I do that?
I don't know what you did.
All
You
right, if I
laughed and
disappear,
said,
I'll be
"Oh,
right
I can
back.
do that." I thought you were flashbacking again.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you quit moving.
Okay, that's because I'm now looking at other windows in my phone.
So
and
it
wouldn't let me
stops
do
your
this
camera
while
when
ago.
you move away from it?
Well, no, whenever I move off of the screen, I could probably do that number and you wouldn't even notice it happen.
Right.
Except my little thing probably wouldn't light up. I wonder if it will light up.
Tell me if
But
it does it to
will.
me. I'm going to change to another window. Tell me if I freeze. Am I still
You seem to
moving?
be fully functional.
So you
You're
can
fully
still.
functional. I can see you and hear you.
Okay.
5x5.
So why is it doing it to you and not me?
I'm on a phone.
Oh. So it
I bet
literally
you I
can
can
only
bring
do
up
one screen at a time.
one camera at a time.
Oh.
Right. So whenever I minimize this screen, it's no longer reading. It probably is reading and recording the camera, but it's not sending it.
Right.
So I would do some of that stuff and then do some of this stuff. And in theory, I should be able to perhaps even look at other. I bet I could go to YouTube and function on it.
Cool.
I bet you I could. I bet I could. I'm not going to do it because we'd end up live on my channel. April will be like, why wasn't I invited? You motherfuckers all suck. Because I've got 3 subs. I have no fucking clue who the third one is.
That would be me.
No, you're the second. You should be the second sub. The third was
you
the
said
total
your channel
fucking
got more
mystery.
traction than mine.
When you go to your analytics, don't you have a list of your comments and stuff?
Yeah.
All right. In that list of comments, does it give you a list of favorited channels and whatnot that not that you
I haven't
like,
really explored it.
but they have interacted with your channel with
I
your
don't
comment?
know. I don't know.
All right. Remember that the only aspect of YouTube I've ever really fucked with is the actual commenting algorithm interaction. And as Drug Dog, I had 240 subscribers, but back then YouTube was kind of like the Wild West, and you could ball in.
I wished I'd have got in then.
And I was able to build subscribers by being a total asshat. Basically.
If I'd have got in a year before I did, I would be famous. Because there's people out there that do what I do that are famous.
You would have been doing what the unethical atheist was doing.
Or Tim Pool.
Well, you know Well, you're doing more of a religious bent.
Yeah, I'm just saying as far as size. if I'd have got in then.
Or that vegan fuck that everybody
Yeah.
hate watches. That's what I'm thinking is I kind of want to get into the niche of like Sinatra Says, but more like glorious leader, toe in the line, Babylon B level fucking irony.
Right. Well, now you
Satire.
see, I happen to be a believer in the fact I believe that God puts people in people's paths. So I am more than willing to let you push me whichever way the eddies go,
Comment.
and I will follow it.
Go to live streams. Be nice. I can be an asshat for you.
Okay.
But your presence, see, I can go to any live stream and I can get the motherfucker's attention. I have to listen to them. It's like playing a room. You listen to them, you listen to what they're saying, and then you utilize an extreme vocabulary with an understanding of topic to make a statement that's profound enough to make whoever's talking stop for a second and go, wait. That's a good point.
I can do that.
If you can do that yourself. That would get you the best possible reaction. When you go to this channel by itself, and I've only had it, 3 days, 4 days, a week maybe, I've already got like 60 or 70 hearts from different content creators and stuff. Not most of them are from you, granted. But I get pretty much any time I post on Ozark Yeoman, Mandatory Carry, Rob Bob. There's a few others I haven't been able to find because I don't really know what their channel name is currently. I was subbed to them before they changed, kind of like Untethered, where they got big enough to brand and they changed their name, and I never bothered looking at it to see what the fuck the name became. I'm such a terrible person. Most of these channels, as Great Scotch Roll, I was a mod or had been a mod and stepped down for whatever reason. Being a mod, really the only purpose of a mod is like the other day when you were like, time those out, that's really their only fucking purpose. They're anti-troll trolls.
Yeah,
So
your
you gotta
job
be
is to
careful
help
who you
keep
put
my
in.
channel functioning so that I can think.
Right.
You're the bass player.
But you have to remember, Jake, you don't have to read a comment when it pops up. I know you've kind of got that game going. I dig it, but you've got time for that. You've got time for reading. You've got time for questions. You've got time for that. So when it pops up and it's something you don't agree with, let it go. If it becomes too annoying, we'll time them out. If they start spamming, I'll do it my goddamn self. I know what spamming looks like.
Okay. Well, I trust you. That's why I gave you the wrench.
Flavor. It has a flavor all its own.
Dude, April's been paying me every week for the past year and a half, and she don't have a wrench. So.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know that. I wasn't. I mean, yet again, not my business. That's between y'all. That's your deal.
I was just talking shop.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
I honestly think if you can figure this part of this out and possibly even get a green screen going behind you in this, right? I don't know how to go about doing that. That's part of what I want to discuss. I had a kind of a dumb idea I wanted to do, and I'm still playing with the idea. I have a shed, and the shed has what I would call a forced perspective ceiling. The actual ground, the concrete floor goes uphill from the doorway, and the roof slopes downhill from the doorway. I know, man, it's fucking insane. But it occurred to me.
Somebody was drunk when they poured the concrete.
No, they poured it so that it couldn't run water up it, is what they did. It didn't have a roof when the concrete got poured. And when the roof got put on, nobody measured from the back side of this motherfucker when they did it. They just measured where the door was going to be and rocked out. And when I got the other end, I'm like, you're not going to be able to drive in this motherfucker.
That was you, wasn't it?
No, that shit went up when the house went up. The concrete got poured before the house went up. So that concrete was there 10 years before that shed became a shed.
Probably my dad.
Baby, who fucking knows, man? That shit was 40 years ago.
He was the carpenter of the neighborhood. So if it got built, he probably built it.
I was thinking I could probably hit a Salvation Army somewhere and go find me a kid's desk and a desk and a fursuit, and make myself look like I was 12 foot tall by using small things.
It's
short
not a bad
pencil.
idea.
I thought about it, dude. I've been sitting in there in that hot tub staring at that end of the shed going, just as soon as I get my truck going, I'm going to do some measurements and see where it'd land. Because I'd look about 12 foot tall in there. No
Yeah, you're
shit.
pretty tall anyway, aren't you?
6'1", 6'2", yeah.
By the
6'3" with a
way,
good pair of
that
shoes.
photograph that you sent me, if you
Yeah.
squint and it was at night, you and I almost look identical as far as build goes. I'm just a foot shorter than you.
Yeah, so I'm not a fucking hobbit.
I might be a hobbit, but I got a giant dick.
Yeah, well, fuck you.
I'm only a hobbit because of scoliosis. If I had a straight spine, I'd be as tall as you. My dad was 6 foot too, I think.
Yeah, your dad was a tall dude. I remember him.
Yeah.
I remember thinking he was ginormous.
Well, he was to us. We were tiny back then.
Shit, I don't remember.
I think he was 6'2". I think you're taller than he was.
I'm not by much. Flat-footed with no shoes. See, here's the thing. My ankles are fucked up, and I don't walk on my heels. I walk on my toes. So I'm not actually 6'3", but anytime I'm anywhere in public and I get measured, if I don't take my shoes off and specifically put my heels down, so that's also why I bounce when I walk.
You know, my daughter walks on her tippy toes too.
There's something wrong with her ankles. That she I was told that I sat cross-legged too much as a kid, and that it messed up my ankles, and now I feel that right. I don't believe that shit a bit because
that's just the way your legs are built.
Yeah, I'll tell you another thing about that. You cannot, and I mean, like, I doubt you could do it with a bullet. You cannot touch the tip of my toe when I have shoes on. I was working for some guys for a company, and they had testers that went around, and their job was to test safety equipment. And a few of these guys had this little asshole move that they'd tried to do where they'd reach over and tap the tip of your toe with a hammer. And I didn't even know, dude. I had no fucking clue. These motherfuckers wandering around. I ain't seen them. I ain't know nothing about it. I'm standing there breaking down a damn print die machine, pulling all the pieces out. There's hundreds of fucking parts I got to keep track of. And with no conscious knowledge of anything going on, my toe moves. Hammer hits the floor. I looked over, the fuck are you doing? I got to check your boot. I said, okay, put my boot out. And he swung it. My fucking foot moved. And I said, hold on. I put weight on it. And my foot moved. And he said, now you're doing that on purpose. And I said, hold up, I can fix this. I pulled the shoe off, threw it at him. So go test it wherever the fuck you want to test it. I can't help you. I'm sorry. There's just nothing I don't blame you.
I wouldn't let nobody hit my toes with a hammer either.
I didn't have a problem with him tapping the tip of my toe. My tip of my toe had a problem with him tapping the tip of my toe. It wasn't me. I played hacky sack all through high school, and my feet have a mind of their own. They have their own motor memory. And you may as well be a ninja after learning to do those types of movements, to keep a little bitty floaty bag in the air with your foot.
Yeah. I never could do it.
Dude, I was excellent. I was really, really, really good. Like, really good.
I'm not the coordinated sort, and you wouldn't believe that, to think I'm a drummer and a guitar player, but I'm not coordinated.
Well, I am. Most things that are physical that I attempt to do, I do on the first, second, or third try.
Right.
Shooting is one of the most natural things on earth to me. And I don't know if that's because I've put 200 million rounds downrange because my pops insisted, or because I'm one of those people. I can tell you, I can shoot a bow and arrow, and I've never had any real experience with a bow and arrow.
Right.
So I don't understand where I got that capability if it's not just the natural skill of shooting.
Keep talking. I'm making cigarettes.
I was fixing to say, I kind of feel like I'm on a one of those damn who's that dude, Carrot Top show. Are you fixing to break out a hammer, break a fucking watermelon or something, dude?
No, I'm about to make cigarettes.
I got you. I'm hip. I know. I got you. I'm gonna have to go check out what mandatory. I hope he leaves it up. He's another one of those that deletes all of his live streams.
I don't know why you want to do that.
He has, all right, he doesn't have a whole shitload of subscribers, dude, but they're fucking loyal. They are viciously loyal.
That's what I'm looking for. So a few loyals.
That's part of the reason why I wanted you to come over there. Alpine Gulch is one of them.
Yeah, she hadn't been back. Why?
She watches. She doesn't like being vocal in cases. That's why I wanted you to come to his live stream, because you've already picked up one sub from over there. If you simply made an appearance, she'd probably think it was her fault, or she'd definitely blame it on me. But you know what I mean? It's a matter of what you're doing. And I hate to put it this way, this is what it fucking is. And you might as well call a fucking spade a spade. You're clout chasing. At the moment, that's where your channel is. You can't help it. That is the nature of the beast, right? So if you're going to be riding that beast, you kind of got to have the right tack and equipment to go with it. That being said, I know you're not real big into watching videos. I don't really want you to watch videos that will influence your methodology.
Right.
I don't want you picking up ideas from other YouTubers.
No, I do my own thing.
That's what I'm saying is, if you watch other stuff, you might come across something you like, you think it's cool, it looks neat, you'll want to do something like that. But that's the problem with doing something like that. My gimmick is I'm taking the concept of the Babylon Bee, applying it directly to a video and using a third-party non-existent creature to deliver it. Right. Something that has zero concept of self-awareness, no form of irony, just doesn't get it.
No, I got what you were saying. My original idea for this channel was something similar.
Yeah. And when we were talking about it, I was balls deep going right for it, going, and I got some ideas to go right in that goddamn box, no problem, you know.
And it just didn't work.
Well, it didn't. You're a different person. You do things differently, and that's why I say keep your channel just the way it is. You do what you do and do you, and you do you to the fucking max. And I'm one of those maximum effort motherfuckers, you know.
Yeah.
You can try as hard as you want, but until you have expended maximum effort, you have not tried.
That's correct. And
I'm
like I told that guy, I told, was it Randall? Is that was his name?
Yeah, Randall Buster.
I told him, I didn't ask for this. I didn't even want it. I was pushed into it. And I was not talking about you.
I know. Otto is them, really. See, that guy, he's a clout chaser, and he has decided to go full on clout chasing, and he has sought and curated specifically people who have that culty mindset of I can do no wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That whole idea of zero sin, that what he does is right because he's doing it, that's literally the definition of hubris.
Yeah.
That's the
also literally the definition of a cult.
Yeah. Especially that whole repeating shit over and over again. Chant, keep chatting, buddy. That'll get you out of it. Keep chanting. Keep on. Just repeat what he says. Remember, if you ever say anything different, you're guilty of wrong thing.
Now, there is one thing. You ever watch Owen Benjamin?
Yeah, actually, I need to go find him and resub.
That is a smart motherfucker. He is a wizard at branding, and I need to figure that out. I started using that Feed Jake thing, which is good, but I need more things like that. I need that. I need things you could repeat and want to repeat.
What you need to do, and this is something I'm not sure anyone else really could, but it would require you to sit down and go back through some of your old streams and find, like, oh, dude, like that fucking ninja line that you dropped, where you saw he was pretending to be a ninja, and I thumped him in the eye, and I was like, that's fucking hardcore, dude. You thought the ninja guy. It doesn't have to be true.
It was
just
true.
A great fucking line. No, it's just like he was bragging about being a ninja, so I thumped him in the eye. But the way you said it, the way you delivered it was so like nonchalant that it left everybody tickled, completely fucking tickled. Like, that's goddamn classic, dude. You need something like that to pop up when something happens. So you need a button to be able to push with a tidbit like that. You need about a dozen of them to have around just in case.
Yeah.
I mean, dear God, you never know. Yeah, sure. You never know. There may actually one day come a day when you have a fucking donation. You have to do something for it. What are you gonna do?
I don't know. I hadn't thought about that. I play a song.
Raymond warned me this would happen. I didn't take him seriously. I didn't prepare. I'm sorry. Then you record that and use that for your $1 donation. You apologize for not having anything for donations. And then later that could become the $10 and then the $100. That way you don't have to look at it forever.
Anti-Trekker, he's got those cartoons that he plays for people, and you can pick up one off of a list.
Yep, something like that. Yeah. Cog has he's got these things like all right, so Cog's got like 7 years of shit posting on the internet in general, and he's been run off 3 or 4 different platforms already, where he just decided not to restart, and he comes back to YouTube as a sort of secondary channel from his Trovo and his D Live and his other 5 or 6 stream accounts or whatever. I went to Trovo and I got booted for having troll in my name.
It's retarded.
I was there for 3 fucking weeks. Became one of his moderators on his channel. Was in his back screen in his DMs handling trolls and shit that got in there, and because his whole point to that was like, here, I need my own troll. Yeah, you do, motherfucker. You just decided to need your own troll.
You my troll now.
You know, to recognize trolls before they become an issue was really what it did, and I was very poignant about this. I'm not gonna out nobody. You've got motherfuckers in here for that. So when it pops up, so and so timed you out. It usually tells you who did it. On Trovo, it does. It did. So I would simply mention that that's a troll. I recognize him from another live stream. He's already caused problems. And the very second he started that shit, somebody fucking tagged him because they'd already been told in the back screen. And which is this here.
Yeah.
It's this over here. This stuff.
What are you talking about?
That stuff. You can't see that?
No. Okay.
You have a private chat and you have a comments chat.
Oh, yeah. I can see that.
So you can see the me misspelling things.
I've got, it says comments, banners, brand, private chat.
Private chat.
Yeah. Can't use private chat in private. I can only use that when we're live. Because I've got it private, there's some things I can't do. Like I can't use the green screen and I can't use the private chats because we're already private.
All the fucking buttons.
Stop it. Yeah, but because we're already private, I can't use the private functions because we're already private.
It's really weird to me. Seems like your chat should be available to you. I bet there's a way to make it visible, but you wouldn't be able to chat in it. Like you'd be able to see it, but we wouldn't be able to see it.
Yeah, I've got it right here.
Okay, so you can see it. See what it
says backdoor text behind the scenes. Can
Right,
you
that's me.
see?
I wrote
Yeah.
all of that.
All right.
That's basic behind the scenes chat. That's what you would use to, like, if we were set up like this and you were doing a live stream and there was any type of backdoor type conversation going on, like say shit gets too active in fucking regular chat, you could link April or Kevin or whoever else you wanted back here for whatever reason.
Gotcha.
That way, important things can be visible. And now, one thing I can't do, and as a moderator, I used to be able to do this for channels, but it's something that YouTube phased out a few years ago, actually, maybe 2 years ago. Used to, if you were a moderator on a channel and somebody commented something and you liked what they commented, you could highlight it for the creator to see.
Right.
It would pop up as like a pinned comment for 10 seconds. And
can't you do that by adding my name to it?
No, partly because I'm on a phone, I don't have full access to what the moderators can do. But it's because YouTube minimized the controls that actual moderators have and took over controls of that shit themselves through the algorithm. So I'm supposed to be able to allow especially nasty comments that are caught by Google. If they pop up and they just look nasty and they're not really nasty, like I don't have an example on hand, but they're trying to make a point. It's not hate speech or any of those things. I'm supposed to be able to make that shit visible. I haven't seen anything get caught by yours at all. I have not had a single fucking comment.
The reason for that is because in the settings where it tells me what I can ban, I leave it blank.
True, but Google has their own list.
Okay.
And that list should still catch. So far, they haven't done anything in that list. Now, Google may just disappear it. That might be possible, but I haven't been bitten yet for people.
I have seen some text say message deleted. I've seen that.
Now, that could be somebody pulling back their own message, or it might be me deleting some shit. I don't delete shit, but
yeah. You and I see eye to eye on that, so that's fine.
I more or less, I want everybody to have their say, provided they're not being directly fucking out of my.
The only time I ever want you to silence someone is if they're threatening somebody or if they're being overly hateful, like I'll kill you or I'll rape your mother.
Live stream right after I got off of yours, I went straight over there and opened the fucking door with, "All right, let's go ahead and get this out of the way. Does anybody want to time me out right now for vengeance? Go to fuck ahead. If I get popped the time out later, I will open with a statement that will offend everyone. So if you're gonna block me now. If you don't want to hear what I have to say, block me now." They're like, no, we don't do you. You're good. Within 10 seconds. That? I don't remember who timed me out. It was somebody I wasn't familiar with, right? But someone else took the blame for it.
That wasn't on my channel.
Name. Huh?
That wasn't on my channel.
That was the preacher. No, that was the preacher's channel.
Oh.
Right. I went straight to his channel after your live stream finished. I went over to his live stream, which had started about halfway through yours.
Yeah.
So he was most of the way done. And the only thing he could actually say in reference to me, one of 3 people in his chat, which was weird because I popped up, I had 2 comments, suddenly he had 10 people in chat. And it was like full of a bunch of people posting fucking Bible verses. Nothing but people posting Bible verses. I was like, bots? It's got to be bots.
There's something weird about that guy. I don't know what it is, but it ain't right.
No, it wasn't just him. That whole fucking chat was nothing but people post a Bible verse with a little phrase behind it of some stupid fortune cookie line. I was like, dude, I got fortune cookies just for that shit. I don't need you to give me fortune cookie lines. In fact, you're acting an awful lot like a bot. So I'm not going to talk to you. I'm asking this dude a question. If he wants to answer me, fine. If he doesn't, fine. That is also cool. It's his channel.
So there was no conversation about what happened on my channel on his?
Nope. They didn't even bring it up. Nothing like that. Other than to say they were looking forward to a debate and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I don't really see how that's going to be a debate. The only point y'all could really argue about is sin and the question of original sin. that would make a decent conversation. It might be a damn good live stream for the question of original sin, but their opinion on sin is they can't do it.
Right.
That's
They're
all I
basically
can get
sin
out of it.
vampires.
So I would refer to them as sin eaters, except that they don't have a benefit for society.
Right. And God didn't appoint them.
Neither did I. That's really where it comes down.
I got you.
So I mean, yeah, no, have at that. I don't think dude's going to be able to. He's going to attempt to quote and verse and cherry pick his quotes so as to out quote you. If you sit down and get you a good copy paste library of scripture, you could do the same thing right fucking back at him. I was thinking about great. Okay. And you have your fucking your picture Bible thing there. That thing, whatever it's called. I mean, I'm trying to use English. Don't fuck with me. It's English, goddammit. You listen to the words what be coming out of my mouth. Don't worry about what I said.
Are you talking about the digital Bible that I read from?
Yeah, digital. Digital was the word I was trying to say.
Picture Bible.
Motherfucker, fuck you.
This is Spot.
Somewhere
Spot
between
Run.
Okay. Yes, goddammit. Anyway, you'll have it right there, and if you want, if you need it, you can crib out.
And I can search it too, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Is you could get at the direct quote whenever you get ready. And other than that, I mean, I couldn't get a specific topic out of him. He kept thinking that me asking about a topic was me saying he couldn't respond to a topic, and I was like, no. I'm sure there's some subject in the Bible that holds a particularly dear place in your heart that you'd like to discuss.
No, they want to blanket me. That's what they were trying to do.
Yeah, they want to bum rush you. And I was like, I figure, it's going to be a dual show. You can have 10 minutes. Jake can have 10 minutes. And, in the middle, we can do our discussion, and that way nobody can stand on fucking ceremony or nothing and be screaming that you get 10 minutes in opening. Since he's inviting, he's the larger channel. He gets 10 minutes in opening, and then he either lets you have your 10 minutes at the end or he don't. And if he does, you get that time all by your lonesome to close, and he's automatically going to take an hour afterwards to fuck with you that you won't even be around for.
Right.
And likewise, you'll be able to do the same thing on your side and your channel. Of course, somebody from over there will be over here watching you, listening to what you have to say, and yada. It's all fucking espionage, man. You know how that shit works.
Did you see the comment that he left me? And that I left him? Could you...
I haven't gone to his videos. I've only watched lives.
No. I had texted him or left a comment or something. I can't remember. I think I responded to a comment they left me
on his video,
and I said that I said that I would debate him on his channel, fine, and I would be respectful and all that. And he called me sir, and he said he would be happy to meet me and just wait till I felt better and whatever. And that night they bum rushed me on my channel. They didn't wait.
Well, yeah, you're right. They didn't wait. They wanted to come in and see if they could rattle you. They want to get you nervous about it and everything. But dude, listen, they're morons. I don't know if he's a moron. I'm not saying he is.
Right.
He may be just busy.
All he said was that I couldn't hear if I wanted to. Randall did all the real insulting.
Because you refuse to listen to him and toe his line. That's all that is. That's him saying, if you're not listening to me, then you can't hear.
Right.
That the sinners will not be able to hear the word, yada, 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 yada. Well, the fact is...
Every crow thinks his crow's the blackest.
You got it. You got it, man. My baby's prettier than yours. My baby's smarter than yours. Well, he's got a big dick thinking that he's got 300 subs, and that's a big deal. I'm not impressed, man. If I was trying for subs in content making, that would be different. But I'm not interested in his subs or yours. I'm interested in revenue generation.
Yeah.
And that is the other end of this equation. Without that part, this is all just pissing in the wind. I'm trying to get your ass paid, dude.
I hear you.
More so
Amen.
than is currently happening, because that's what's going to create a better channel.
Well,
You can't have a starving, sick, depleted, unhappy man and have good content. That's
no.
not the way that works. Now, some people are that way. And that's what Cog delves into, and that's a possibility that you will look down directly if you reach that point. I'd rather not go down that road if I didn't have to.
What's that?
It's the road these guys have all decided to go down. They are all right. Cog, what Cog does? Cog was involved in a system of communications that was later be broken into 5 different shows because they had a major disagreement around how to treat children.
Yeah, we're not going to do that.
No, this has nothing to do with that. None of that does anything to do with this. It's what happened to something on like a Facebook chat 5 years ago that created some of the shit posting assholes on YouTube today. So you've got Cog, who was a SEP sign or something like that back in the day. You've got Ralph Stream, which is the kill stream, which was Tonka and the Tonka Report and the Ralph Report and all that shit back in the day. And these were all part of one large group YouTube groupthink.
So what you're saying is you don't want to be part of a network. You want to keep us separate.
No, what happened is they had a basic disagreement on a very fundamental issue. And when it all broke apart, they all went and did their own thing, which is fine. None of that is an issue. It's what happened next that's an issue.
What's that?
Cog said, fuck it, went off the internet for 2 years, was homeless, went and got his shit together, got married, got a life, and then came back and started the stream he does now, which is basically a one-man show.
Yeah.
He strips shit off of the internet. We laugh at it. It's good jokes. He does a little bit of music too.
Right.
Whereas Tonka explicitly does hit streams and shit streams. This is where he goes into your live stream, bullies you around with his 500,000 subs, gets them all in your live stream until you agree to do an open live stream with him. And then once you're there, you get overrun by the rest of his 500,000 subs and you don't get to say anything on your own show. Because
that's not going to happen. I'll shut that shit down.
Well, it works, but at the same time, it also works for them. So Cog went a different route. And that's the reason why I picked Cog out of that whole fucking group of reprobates. Those fuckers to follow. And it's because he, in my opinion, for such a low bar, took the high road.
Yeah.
What he does is goes and looks for individuals making those crappy, really bad live streams. People, and don't take this the wrong way, people around your level at about this point, they've got 100, 150 subs and they're living in a fucking van in the Moab desert, shitting in a fucking stone basin and calling it content.
Not that far from the truth.
All right, I'm just saying, man, this is about the right fucking zone to be picked on by a Cog. And this dude is trying to be the religious version of Cog, and it's not going to work because I've seen a master in action. I have witnessed an actual expert disassemble these fuckers. I'm talking about Cog right now. I have seen him disassemble motherfuckers that are talking shit about stuff. Now, having seen it and giggled my ass off about it, I understand where Cog went wrong and how he lost his fucking channel 9 times. He'd probably have 2 million. He'd be big as Carl Benjamin if he hadn't lost those channels. Do you watch Lotus Eaters?
No.
You should.
I don't know what that is.
It's podcast of the Lotus Eaters. It's
hippie.
Sargon. It's excellent, dude. I mean, these people are educated individuals who they're English, but they're speaking on things like free speech, the right to express,
right.
Whether or not basic political stuff. It's Sargon of Akkad.
Those are the kind of people I like to talk to.
Right. Well, I have interacted with Sargon 2-3 dozen times over the past few years. He's an excellent guy. I mean, he really is exactly what you see on screen. He's a
I
bit of a
know.
cheesehead, kind of like Robbie Aycock. No, my bad. Robbie Holtap. He's kind of full of himself, but at the same time, at least he's a very intelligent man who's
Right.
a bit full of himself.
Dude, you
He's
kind
not
of
full of
got to be
himself.
to do this.
Yeah, no, you have. There's a narcissistic bent to what's going on here.
A
I
little.
mean, it might be the death of common sense in America.
It might be.
I'm not sure exactly why I feel that way, but I do.
But because it's correct. We are
Yeah,
dancing chickens. That's what we are.
Watch me dance.
When you stop believing that, that's when it becomes a problem. You start drinking your own Kool-Aid.
When you think the tail is wagging the dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a dancing chicken. I'm a song slut. I do what you want. I'm here to entertain you and maybe educate you if I can. I'm kind of qualified to do so, which is why I chose to do it. But
yeah,
basically, it's just entertainment.
Yeah, I get that. And these people that you're fixing to go debate, specifically the preacher, he's not there for entertainment. He's there to accumulate a cult.
Yeah.
That was an apt observation when you said very culty.
Yeah, he thinks he's some kind of prophet.
Right. That he had. Well, the thing is y'all use a lot of the same language.
Yeah, but I'm grounded in reality. He's not.
But y'all, that's the same language he uses.
Mm-hmm.
The language. I wasn't talking about the meanings of the words. I was talking about the actual physical words themselves. Y'all use the same language because y'all have the same subject text.
Right.
So it's going to end up being I know you are, but what am I?
That's the only way it can go, because he's not going to release a point. Even if I prove him wrong, he'll deny it. He did that last night. He threw up that John text. What?
There we go. That's where I point. Trying to get a point across. I've been pointing over here, over there. Like, motherfucker, where's it at? There's a goddamn camera here somewhere. It's right there, bitch.
Yeah, he pulled up that John verse, and then he contradicted himself, and I caught him on it. And I said, you need to consult with your leader because you don't even have your own narrative correct. And he denied it.
Dude,
how can, if you prove me wrong, I have to concede. That's how debates work.
If I prove you wrong, you have to concede. But if you prove me wrong, I just quote a different verse that does nothing but change the subject.
Right. Move the goalpost.
That's exactly. That's why I said he's got a bunch of weird libtard lefties that have bought into a weird religious subtext.
Yes.
That whole concept of being devoid of original sin, dude, that shit gets under my goddamn skin in a way I can't quite fucking define. Yes. I don't know why it pisses me off so bad. I guess it's because it's kind of like motherfuckers in customer service.
Yep.
Just because you're there to serve me and you get to decide with, doesn't mean that I'm here to wait for you. Right? You got that shit twisted. Let me talk to your fucking supervisor. Motherfucker ain't got a supervisor. Upset them motherfuckers when I completely bypassed every single mod in the chat and got his attention by being clever.
Yeah.
I got timed out almost immediately. I asked a direct question that got his attention. All of a sudden, poof, Raymond was, and went down, and 300 seconds went by. You know what the very first thing that come out was?
What's that?
You cut a man's tongue out, you do not prove him wrong. You prove you are afraid of what he will say.
That's correct.
Right?
And that's what they came to my channel to do.
Yes, yeah. They want to muzzle you by making you a skirt of them or something. I don't know what the fuck their goal is exactly. I do know what it is. They think they're going to convince somebody in your chat that they're right. But here's the thing. You remember what I said about going over there and making a few comments in his chat? Suddenly it was populated. It went from there being 2 people, which would be me and one other person. And who would that other person be?
Him.
Ah, you're correct. Me and one other person, and I made a comment and got a response from a mod that was a biblical quote followed by well, he'll answer questions at the end, to which I responded, that's perfectly fine. And I didn't say nothing else, and it populated and then depopulated. Went all the way up to 4 people being in there to back down to 2.
Damn.
When it got back down to 2, I said, now that we're here alone, I was like, bam, there's 7 people in there. I was like, that's fine. I don't care who hears what I say. That's fine. This is the wonderful realm of free speech. They got me off base. They got me by the wrong wires.
Right.
They think I'm one of these weird religious zealot people that are running around trying to convince other motherfuckers of shit. I'm a First Amendment advocate.
That's right.
Freedom of speech, freedom of religion. You can say or do, or you can say or worship any way you fucking choose. And I'm simply wanting to witness people discuss it.
Right.
And I hate to say it this way, but I'm not with these people. I'm with the people that are with these people. I don't know how to, you know what I mean? I'm not one of those people that's going to bang fire and brimstone and preach from the rock. That's not me.
No,
not going to do
that's
that.
me.
Okay, sure, go ahead with it. And I have no compunction about it. I'm perfectly willing to let you do that. That's
You
an
are
angle I'm
Peter.
just not interested in.
In this analogy, you are Peter, the rock, and I'm the prophet that has no honor in his own country.
But let's avoid words like prophet.
No, I said analogy.
I'm talking in live streams.
No, I would never say that. I'm talking to my cousin, not a live stream.
But you are sitting in front of a camera, and it's excellent fucking practice. And I'm the worst troll you ever knew because I know shit about you and control you hard.
Right.
I could, but I have no interest in doing so. In fact, I have interest in preventing it from happening before you can snap.
Thank you. I need that.
That's really the only purpose of it.
I need that because when I'm stream of conscious like that, I'm not necessarily in control of my emotions.
That's true. Passion is fine. Unthinking passion is dangerous.
Right. I try to let God guide me. I say what comes into my mind without filter. If I feel it, I say it because I believe that
to an extent that is perfectly acceptable, and I'll support every bit of it. There comes certain points where your choice of words, specifically not necessarily what you're trying to say, but the choice of words used to say it could trip you up on terms of service. And that's really where I'm trying to, the only reason I bring up things like that when we're doing this private is if ever you decide to monetize on YouTube, you're probably going to have to go back and delete a handful of your old streams or at least abbreviate them. Some things that you've done or said or whatever, they'll pop up. You'll have what's called a floating strike or a shadow strike. It's not a real strike until you say you're not going to fuck with it or you don't delete it or whatever it is.
Yeah,
I haven't been on that side of it. On the comment troll side, you don't get strikes. Your ass is out. You say the wrong shit, you're gone. I don't know how solid they are on the content creator side.
Well, I'm hoping not to ever monetize that channel.
That would be super, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm hoping that I can generate enough money to survive off of people who are loyal and want to support what I'm doing.
Yeah.
When I saw Tim Pool buy $1 million mansion and build a skate park in his garage with YouTube money, I saw that as a viable possibility because I'm a much better speaker than he is, and I'm actually smarter than he is.
Okay. I need to go juice the hot tub.
What?
You can. Rachel's in here.
Oh. The one thing that Tim Pool has is a stellar knowledge of politics and how things work, how things put together, and that works uniquely for him. I couldn't do that. I could talk on the subjects, but he knows the ins and outs where I don't. Well, I'm exactly the same way with ancient technology and you know, the world of the past.
Well, that's one thing me and you really can't have a conversation about because as long as you're in your religious mindset, my theories predate written language.
So does that.
Yeah, well, it's still two different subjects that don't mesh. And
That's
it
true.
doesn't belong on your channel.
It could on Wednesday and Friday.
Not if you're going to maintain the persona that you're putting forward as being a true believer.
That's not a persona.
You know what I'm saying. It's the wrong subject. It's not for your channel. It's not the. I've thought on like, okay,
I don't
give
understand
me a
why it
minute.
couldn't be though.
I know why. I know you don't understand why it couldn't be, because you won't even be able to get through the beginning of this theory without having an opinion on it, right? You're gonna have to say something, but I'll pitch it.
All right.
Are you familiar with the stoned ape theory?
Yes.
Have you heard the aquatic ape theory?
Yes.
All right. So they're both wrong.
Yes.
So far, so good. Here we go. All right. Now, I have issue with the out of Africa
I am
theory.
not a proponent of evolution. I think it's
I know,
retarded.
but I believe in cultural evolution.
I do too, and
this
I
is
believe in
literally
macro
the
evolution. Whoa.
beginning of
Jesus.
culture.
Hold on. Giant bug. I don't know what it
Eat
is.
Eat the bugs and live in the pod.
I might hurt my computer here, but you cannot be on my
Ah!
bed.
Eat the
Jesus.
bugs and live in the pod. Be happy and own nothing.
I don't know what the hell that thing was. It looked like a water moccasin with brown spots on his back.
Well, that would be a snake.
Yeah, I know, but it was a bug.
Oh, that's just disturbing. Anyway,
Scared the shit out of me. It crawled right up on my screen.
I believe that if we evolved somewhere, it was most likely on an island. So the very first episode of humanity that came out of wherever the fuck it bloomed from, however that happened, I don't believe that shit happened on a fucking desert plain in Africa.
No, it didn't. It wasn't a desert plain. It was a fertile ground between three rivers.
See, this is why we can't have this conversation.
Why?
Because you've already broken the theory.
No, I have not.
Not by anything directly related to the theory itself, but by quoting Bible scripture.
I didn't quote Bible scripture.
That's why we can't. I can't pitch a theory that you just absolutely refute out the box before I even finish the sentence.
No, you're wrong about that, because I didn't refute your theory. A theory is an idea that you're not solid on.
No, I'm not.
It's an exploration into the knowledge of something.
True, but if your response is to dictate where that humanity began in the Garden of Eden, I can't draw you a map to the Garden of Eden, and I also can't go interview those people. So we're really not going to be able to use that as a basis for my theory.
Right. Well, I can draw you a map and know exactly where it was, but that's different. And I didn't know we were going. I thought we were just discussing the idea of going.
But
if you want to go, then go ahead.
I'm talking about trying to get far enough down the road so that I can actually pitch the theory itself.
Right. I didn't know we were doing it. I thought we were just talking about doing it. So go ahead.
I'm trying to get enough of at least a background concept so that you know what I'm disagreeing with, so that you can understand why I would pitch what I'm pitching.
Right, I do.
I don't believe we evolved on any fucking plane.
Okay.
The idea that we sweat to cool off is kind of retarded. No other animal on Earth does that shit. It's a waste of water. No animal in the desert would do that. That's silly.
Okay, well, one thing.
Give me a finish. That was a no. That was a negative. You don't have to defend or propose. That is why it's not. When we compare physiognomy, we have similarities with certain creatures in the world that analogize towards a marine type environment. We have tears, we have subcutaneous fat, we have the type of skin that's reminiscent but not the same as like dolphins and manatees. But they don't have pores and we do.
Or thumbs.
And that also counts in with my theory. I'm getting to the thumbs part.
Or critical thought.
All All right, and that also counts it. We'll get there. Okay, so in my mind, I was thinking, where is a place where you could stand on your hind legs, utilize both hands, and not have to worry about falling down or losing the shit you're carrying? And in my mind, the only way that could happen in a strictly evolutionary concept would be for that creature to spend millions of years in an area where it could do those things.
Mm-hmm.
And furthermore, when it comes to the tolerance of fire, we fear fire, but not like other animals. Other animals are just like, that shit's sorcery, fuck it.
Yep.
But we respect it and utilize it.
Hmm.
You would have to have an environment in which a creature could develop the use of fire without the fear of fire taking over.
Yep. Like somebody named Prometheus
Yeah,
teaching you
sure.
how to use it.
Well, okay, whatever. It just takes one smart monkey from the evolutionary concept. I don't buy it quite because
We've
it
had
wasn't
monkeys a long time. They ain't never started a fire yet.
I don't know about all that. They're pretty clever. They probably didn't mean to, though. But they're all scared of it, is my point. The only place I can think of where anything like that could take place would have to be either an island
Mm-hmm.
or at least a shoreline,
Yep.
like strand creatures, not the aquatic ape creature, not the open savanna creature,
Yep.
but the strand. And when you look at the way humans live today, you can take most people and release them on a beach, and within a week or so, they will have figured out what they can and can't eat, or they'll be dead.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But for the most part, we can survive balls to the wall by ourselves with no extra nothing on beaches, no problem, in most places in the world, provided there's water.
Right.
And that to me is a very telling point. We can swim. We have subcutaneous fat layers. We have a hair that seems to be pointed in a specific direction, and that's all the hair we have is in specific points. I think maybe we've been on boats since we figured out stick floats.
Mm.
That boats were before fire.
I think we've been on boats since about 20 years after we were created.
Well, I mean, right. And that's where the conversation turns back in on itself and it becomes nothing again.
How is that nothing?
Because the theory kind of requires an evolutionary take on it.
Oh. So I'm not able to disagree with evolution to hear the theory.
No, I'm still working into the theory, and having a creation point and begatting means people.
Yes.
Right?
It means anything that's alive.
And this is not a topic for your channel.
Why?
Because we can't even discuss it. We're speaking. It's the same problem. You're going to have the raging atheist. He's going to try to bring up all kinds of bullshit that you're just not equipped to discuss.
You keep saying that, but I'm more than willing and ready to discuss it.
Look,
the problem is you don't want me to disagree with you.
Creation, well, anytime I say something that disagrees with creation, you immediately try to correct it back to creation. I wasn't talking about this to you, buddy,
but there's no way to get here without some form of creation.
Which is why we can't have this
just always exist. There was a time when there were nothing alive.
I'm saying that cultural evolution happens, and that culture is based around various central focal points. The theory is derived not from an evolutionary development of the human form. It's derived from after that form is solidified, however it came about. Almost immediately, we were predisposed to watery environments. Our skin prunes up. We're capable of dealing with salt water to a rather heavy extent that would kill most terrestrial mammals. It's rather significant, actually. Our kidneys are highly effective at filtering salt water, and that's weird for a desert animal. And the cultural evolution that followed would have derived from two sources: fire and motivation, movement, motion, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't exactly carry fire always. Sometimes, especially when associated with water, that becomes a distinct issue. So the knowledge of how to make fire would be more important to a person on water than actually having it.
What if
But
I
the
could show
knowledge
you
of
a
how
way
to
that you
build
can
a
not only
boat,
carry fire but keep it
no,
going
there are
year
ways.
round?
There are ways, yes. I'm not saying there's not. But if you're actually living as a sea gypsy and that's your culture, right? Because this ties into a concept Atlantis as well.
Yes,
Um,
I figured that's where that was going.
as a weird sort of explanation for all the stupid myths that pop out of it.
Uh huh.
Um, you have two cultures that develop side by side, independently of each other, and yet both revolving around two given points. One revolves entirely around fire and the social unit that is needed to maintain the fire. The other evolves entirely around the development of skills and the social units necessary to maintain the skill set
Mm-hmm.
to keep the culture together, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a point in at the end of the Bronze Age where the Bible refers to it as the invasion of the sea peoples. They're called the sea peoples by the Bible.
Yes. You know
This
why?
also because they came from the sea.
Because they came from the sea.
Yes, sir, they came from the sea, and that's part of why I locked in on that particular tidbit of time in
Mm-hmm.
history is because there's two things that happen. One, virtually every land-based city with a port is abandoned all over the Mediterranean. It happens in about 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
In Egypt and in the Levant and in a few other places, there was shit written about it.
Mm-hmm.
Most of it didn't make it to modern day. One
The reason for
interpretation
that
came in
though is
through the
war.
Bible. Another interpretation came in through the Egyptian writings.
Yes.
Sanskrit didn't even acknowledge this shit ever happened. It
Right.
died right there. So these people that were living on the coast spontaneously decided that they didn't want to live on the coast, and they ran interior into mountains and developed the concept of the hill forts. They're all
Mm-hmm.
over the Mediterranean. And also, whoever it was brought iron because that was the birth of the Iron Age. I'm
Well,
thinking,
they probably found it in those hills.
no, sir. They the iron was mined out of those hills later, but whoever it was that brought this in brought the iron with them. We find it in the destruction and in the burning of the various coastal cities.
Mm-hmm.
Iron was used to dominate a Bronze Age society. I love
Uh-huh.
you, babe. Okay, I all right, babe. I I believe that what took place is this is the same time period where states developed ships, not people. We're not talking about individual people building 10 ships. We're talking a
You're talking about
city state,
maritime law.
maritime law. Suddenly, the sea peoples that had existed free of the coast for millennia were suddenly being told you can't sail through this area without paying a tax. And hell, they didn't even know what taxes were. Also, when these people were to wash up and show up and you ask them where they're from, they'd just point at the ocean.
Yep.
And what interpretation would a landbound person make when you say, well, they left over the ocean? You mean it sunk into the ocean? No, it's over there. It's just you can't see it. It's over the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just a breakdown in communication where did you come from becomes the ocean, which gives you a pretty good solid start for the myth of Atlantis. And for it to be available all over the fucking world simultaneously, and for there to be very little evidence available to us today. Most of it would be in the sea,
Yes.
on the islands and stuff, like
What
in
if
places where most people wouldn't go. And since then, we've overrun all of those places.
What if I told you that Atlantis was not only a real place, but it most definitely actually sank into the sea?
I'm not saying there wasn't a place that was labeled that. I'm just saying these people were probably no more associated with that physical location than they were with any other physical location. Although a little bit of evidence I've been able to dig up from anecdotal stories, mostly like things from the Bible and whatnot, mainly like old myths and stuff. There's a
Yes.
lot of old myths about people coming out of the sea with vast knowledge of civilizations and shit.
Yes.
It's a regular fucking thing. Viracocha is one of them.
I can
Manu.
tell you one reason you're not finding a lot. Because about halfway through time, those sea peoples started being called Phoenicians. And what that literally means is people that came from the sea.
Proto-Phoenicians were a thing, and they had definitive, like, actual locations in the Mediterranean that they functioned. Not cities, not even really a village. They didn't do agriculture.
No, it was like a water trailer park.
Sort of, yeah, you're not wrong. I call them sea gypsies.
Yeah.
They're
before
Phoenicians,
but we're talking about the same thing.
It's before Phoenicians were Phoenicians. This is what later became what would be the state of Phoenicia, which claimed all of the ocean. Anywhere that water lapped the shore was what they claimed.
You mean about halfway through time when people started calling them Phoenicians?
Whatever. However you want to interpret it.
That's what I said. I'm agreeing
there are
with you.
people who lived on the land.
Yes.
And these people developed parallel to a culture that did not take so much stock in land because they could move. The reason I believe these people existed is because we have myths and legends that predate all of the destructions in this area that survived, and they survived through word of mouth and then were rediscovered later.
Yes.
And the only way I can see some of these surviving some of the local destructions that took place is if there was knowledge of that shit outside of the destructive area. Perfect example. The plagues in Egypt.
Yes.
How many motherfuckers you reckon were walking around writing down shit after the sixth plague?
I would imagine a lot.
Didn't an awful lot of them die?
No, not at first. Most of the plagues were a nuisance more than anything
else.
They were
mostly a nuisance. You're correct. But I can't help but thinking that it wouldn't really shake the foundations of the Egyptian society without there being an inclusion of a massive death.
Yes, that would be the last plague.
10 million fucking frogs. It's gonna cause problems.
Right.
You know, that's gonna end in some people having issues and dying and shit. I swear to God.
I agree with you. But you see,
it was serious enough that the people who could write about it did.
Yes.
Okay. I'm thinking these people weren't associated because they didn't seem to think that was a big deal. You see what I'm saying? They weren't in Egypt when it happened.
I don't know where you would get that information from, but I see what you're saying.
It's a lot of it is extrapolated from dig information, dig reports and stuff, especially like when you start fucking around over there around like southern Greece and shit. We've got so many civilizations built up on top of each other right there. It's hard to parse together exactly what happened.
Yeah, and there's a little half moon shaped island called Santorini you should probably pay attention to.
Santorini's pretty cool. I really dig the Minoans. I did a whole entire fucking like paper on it back in high school. We got an A+, man. They loved that shit. It was great.
There is a word that ancient people used that literally meant like what Hitler would have called master race.
Aryans?
No. That's the idea, but it was the first people of this this area, this time period. It was the people that the ancients to them, right?
Right.
And this word they used, we get our word Augusta, and we get our word Olympian, and we get our word Atlanta from this word. And that word originated in the original configuration of Santorini before the volcano blew up, and Plato referred to it as Atlantis. How do I know
Yeah.
that? Because he gave a modifier. He said that it was between the legs of the Colossus. I can't think of the word I'm trying to think
Beyond the
of.
Pillars of Hercules,
That's it.
Heracles,
Well,
and the
there
Colossus of
that's an
Rhodes is a
actual
different story.
place, and
Yeah.
there's a channel that goes in towards Greece in this area, and there used to be a giant statue that spread eagle across that a bronze statue that stood across that channel, one leg on each shore, and that
So large that it almost ended the Bronze Age and the amount
yes
of bronze it
is
required.
very big statue. Well, that is the
Huge.
Pillars of Hercules,
Now,
and if you go
what I'm
straight
getting
out
at
from there, you run into Santorini.
is around the same time that the city states decided they were going to police the oceans, they ran into a major sea power that said no
Yep.
and wiped them off the coasts. But the effort was such that the ability of sea gypsies to exist in the Mediterranean ended forever that day.
Yeah.
Somehow they ticked off enough of them that either and you know what the fuck ever, there's still North Africa over there, and they could have fucking done shit over there for the rest of fucking eternity, and nobody cared to this day.
Right.
But for whatever reason,
And they probably
when
did.
these guys went up to the hill forts, these proto-Phoenicians established these sort of water trailer parks like you were talking about along the seacoast, and it apparently was a potent enough threat that it kept the people in the mountain forts for another 200 years before they started abandoning the mountain forts for the seaports again.
Right.
And that was the birth of the Iron Age. Like, some people showed up with iron, hung a foot off in their ass, told them to get, and they got. And eventually, you know, you just got to come down eventually. But by then, there was no more sea gypsies in the Mediterranean. The next reference to sea gypsies, in fact, you don't see another reference to sea gypsies until you get around to where the Indian subcontinent starts being explored. And you start coming across these people that later became like the Andaman Island settlements and stuff. There were sea gypsies there. They were a regular part of their culture up until the states yet again started building navies, and they deuced the fuck out to Sri Lanka and shit. And it's just
My
been,
base guess is they were all over the world.
they were all over the world. We do have evidence of very light human habitation down the west coast of South America. We have almost nothing from the fucking interior. Nothing.
The
There's not a
reason for
hit,
that
not a
is those
fucking.
assholes that believe in evolution that invented BCE so that they could shift dates to not agree with the Bible. BCE is the problem. If you remove that and pay attention to what you naturally want to fight against, you'll see all of that stuff lying right up.
It explains several points that historians want to bitch about.
Yes.
And every single one of the creation myths that comes out of the pre-dawn era of modern history,
Yes.
it covers enough of the earth to analogize the concept of a biblical flood without actually having to have a biblical flood.
Right. Where they could acknowledge it but not agree that it actually happened.
Right. So my point is that the parallel cultures, one died out or was absorbed by the other. And that secondary culture was a matriarchal culture born on the waves.
Why do you assume they're matriarchal?
It has to do with the nature of the modern examples of sea gypsies that do exist around Australia and in the southern islands in the Pacific. These people, that when I say matriarchal, it's not that women make laws. That's not how that works. It's that there is a matriarch who occupies a given home site boat whatever it is. They call them aplums. It just means mother's home.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be a great aunt, an aunt, whatever.
What was
And
that word again?
Aplum, APLAUMB.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a fucking some islander word. It doesn't really translate well. It translates into 10 fucking words in English, basically. Mother's boat. But it's not necessarily mother in the sense of my mother, but mother of this particular tribe or whatever.
Mother. Yeah.
So yeah,
Generic
it comes
mother.
down to mother. But in this language, there are like 70 words for father, but they basically loosely translate into my pops, my pops friends, my pops brothers, my pops brothers friends, that kind of
I
stuff.
got you.
So the matriarchal lineage of etymology is much more succinct than the patriarchal image of etymology. And it would make more sense to drop off women and keep men than it would to drop off men and keep women in
Two
that type of
sidebars.
environment, right?
Yeah. Two sidebars. Number one, that's how the Jewish people follow their lineage, is through the mother, not through the father.
Right.
And when I use the word Jewish, I'm talking about 12 tribes. I'm not just talking about Judah. When I do talk about Judah, I specifically name them. So if I say Jew, I mean all of them, right?
I got the hiccup. Go ahead.
Sorry. So that's the first sidebar. The second sidebar is, would you agree that the people that are in Egypt do not look like the people on the walls in Egypt?
Well, no, they've been genocided a dozen times since Ptolemy.
Well, what I'm
Ptolemy,
suggesting is they're not the same people.
they're not the same people.
Okay.
Not even the same ascendancy or descendancy.
Not the same race of people.
Alexander went through that motherfucker with a goddamn.
Yes, but this is way before Alexander. Way before. In fact, the people who inhabited the pyramid era.
The motherfuckers over there today are directly descended from the Ptolemaic pharaohs.
Yes, they are.
That's why they're so light-skinned.
Right. I'm talking way before that, though. Alexander came in as an aftermath. Egypt had already fallen at that time. There hadn't been a pharaoh in Egypt for 400 or 500 years when Alexander went and made himself pharaoh.
That's exactly why Ptolemy went to Egypt, is because they had no pharaoh and they had accepted Alexander as the representative of Ra.
So what I'm referring to is the golden age, when all the great big pyramids and stuff were built.
Alexander.
Right.
I shit you not.
So I'm referring to the golden age when all the big temples and pyramids were built.
The second dynasty, yeah.
Right.
The dark-skinned pharaohs.
The word pharaoh is pronounced Peter Ether in Egyptian, and it literally means from the womb. And every picture of every pharaoh has a woman standing behind him with her hand on his shoulder, which is a signifier of power, which means that in reality, and something that the Egyptians of today will never tell you in Egyptology, is that Egypt was a matriarchal society.
Yeah.
Women ran the show.
And I believe that the concept of the matriarchal lineage went to war with the patriarchal lineage of the land, and the land won, and most of the Greece and what later became the Phoenician area, it became largely patriarchally driven. Egypt spent I don't know how long, a dynasty trying to figure that shit out itself, and still maintained a strong connection to its matriarchal lineages. Mm-hmm. It was through the death of those female lineages that Egypt fell. And it occurred about 350, 200 years before Alexander, which is exactly why. Well, some amount of time before Alexander, it was mainly running on autopilot by the time Alexander rolled through.
That's one of my totally took that shit.
Yeah, he just basically showed up and was like, "Look, y'all can argue about this shit, but I'm in command. I've got an army and a fleet." And they went, "Sure." We can argue about it, but it's really not a negotiation.
Right. All right. Now, I know you don't want me to make comparisons to the Bible, but however you want to call it, during the period of time that the Exodus happened, when when Moses took his people across the Red Sea, and the whole Egyptian army followed in after him, and they were swallowed up by the sea. That broke the back of Egypt. It broke its power because the Pharaoh
Right.
and his entire army died that day. And ever since then, Egypt never recovered. So all of the people of Egypt had to go somewhere because they didn't stay there. You follow? Did I lose you?
Am I not still here?
Yeah, you're here. Did you not
Okay.
hear what I said
I heard what you said, and I'm
about
not. I didn't disagree with you. Yeah, that
the
makes
people
sense.
had to go somewhere and they didn't stay there?
What I was talking about was Alexander the Great's entrance into Egypt and how
Yeah.
he became accepted as a representative of Ra without ever actually doing anything nefarious or inappropriate. It
Yeah.
was a
What you don't
brilliant bit
realize
of
is I just
social engineering.
corroborated your own theory. I just gave you
I,
a place those
I,
people came from.
it won't work in a paper. I can't help that. I
I
mean,
can't help that either,
I
but that's
I do
reality.
this theory is working in other channels, and I'm trying to zero it to deal with them. I'm not arguing against you. You can agree or disagree. I'm just trying to get the idea across so that you grasp it and
I can grasp it.
shoot holes from the other edge. When the Ptolemaic Pharaoh, when the Ptolemy was able to take control of Egypt without ever firing a shot for two reasons. One, Alexander had already been there once and went and talked to, get this, the prophetess of Ra, the HNIC woman that was her priestess. He referred to her as the what does the Greeks call the bitches that sat over the fucking
Oracle.
fumes and spewed? Oracle. The
The
Oracle of Ra. That's
Oracle
what
of
he called
Delphi.
her. But it was not the Oracle of Delphi. There were lots of oracles in the land back then, and one of them was the Oracle of Ra. This was almost identical circumstance to the Oracle of Delphi, where somebody said some stuff and somebody interpreted it, and they gave you a fortune cookie and you left. It was written on a leaf or what the fuck ever. In the case of the Oracle of Ra, though, the history involving Alexander, which was written by Archus, he actually describes the Oracle of Ra a little bit, and that Oracle is described very much as an early pharaoh.
Mm-hmm.
She's wearing the headdress. She's got the scorpion. I mean, the fucking like a
They'll never
snake.
admit it. They'll never admit it. But quite a few pharaohs resemble women. If you
Oh,
look
don't
at their
they? Oh,
statues,
yeah. Well, this chick was apparently in all the raiment of a pharaoh, but never claimed any leadership whatsoever. And also, unlike every other princess Alexander stumbled across, she was off limits. And he never even batted an eye at it. Apparently, he had some reverence for the Egyptian faith in the first place, and
or
so
she could
he
have
did
been butt
something
ass
genius.
ugly.
That's possible too. She might have been 50 and, not a question, but that's not how she was described. She was described as a beautiful, tall black woman wearing the raiments of the pharaohs. But she accepted him as an interpreter, or at least the voice of Ra, if nothing else, an emissary of the god king himself. There was no pharaoh at the time, as far as I understand it. There were like these fucking block kings, I think is what they called them, or there's a word for it.
Puppet
But
masters.
yeah, they were just fucking warlords, is what it come down to. But apparently, all of these warlords respected this fucking oracle. And instead of going to deal with the warlords, Alexander the Great pitched a fucking tent outside of the fucking stream in North Africa and marched into Egypt. Basically, went up, knocked on the door of the oracle, and said, "Hey, by the way, your boss had just showed up." But the way he did it was genius. there is a myth of a golden one who will come and rise again, and yada yada yada. The same usual re what's the fucking term I'm looking for?
Prophecy.
Reincarnation, rejuvenation, prophecy type, where a emissary of God will come back and give you the word directly. He showed up and spoke specifically the words she had been waiting to hear from an emissary of Ra. These words had been written down previously by travelers all over and brought back to Macedonia. He had always said if he ever made it to Egypt, he was going straight there. And then as soon as he got an army, he marched all the way around the fucking Mediterranean to go talk to her. Walked in, was like, hey, chick, I've been looking for you. Am I the dude? You're the dude. Great. I'm going to India. Took a left and did not sack Egypt at all. He stopped by the Alexandrian Library, which became then known as the Alexandrian Library. There was a library there for a long time before Alexander came along. He was like, yeah, that's a great idea. They all went, good. It's now called Alexandria. Please don't burn the
whole
fucking
city
down.
after him. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all seven fucking
Just
30
don't burn
cities.
it down. Somebody
Yeah,
did that anyway.
Yeah, that shit happens. But, just don't burn it down. We're good. It's fucking 1 a.m, dude. I gotta go to bed.
Okay.
I do got a couple things
in all this shit.
Well, I mean, it's only so far we can go while I'm burning both candles at both ends. Good to see you, though. I know. I mean, it was good for you to see me. How about that? I get to see you on the regular, but you got to see me.
That's right.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. And we got to learn shit.
Soon as you get off of here, you need to go back to that comment and take that link down. Straight back to it. And there should be a way for you to send me some kind of something for me to be able to connect back to this.
The only way I can do it is to send you a link, like that link, but it'll be I need to send it to you and not to everybody.
Yeah,
so I need some kind of messenger email.
I have a StreamYards account. We should be able to link up through that. So we'll fuck with it tomorrow.
All right.
I've been up since fucking.
There's a messaging system on this.
It's not a messaging thing. It's kind of like Facebook follows and Instagram follows. It's different. It has to do with doing this, not doing Facebook or not doing comments and shit. It's basically just a channel thing.
Well, I'll have my phone back in a few days. Right now, I'm in the process of switching phones again because that's a piece of shit and I don't want nothing to do with it anymore.
I feel your fucking pain, dude. This motherfucker giving me all kinds of shit over here, dude.
I have never had a phone that wouldn't let me answer it.
That is weird.
And then last night, while you and I were talking, I missed about 5 or 6 of your messages because it just ran out of minutes.
Oh, yeah, no.
Warning or nothing.
At fucking 12:01, them bitches stopped going through, but it didn't tell me until we were done. Until I'd set that fucker down, went and laid down. It's like blink, 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 blink. These didn't go through. Oh, wow.
Yeah. I have no idea what you said, but I bet it was good. But, and then it locked me out of my account when I tried to add more minutes to it because I had a card. So I went on the YouTube. I went on the website and put the card number in and it accepted it, but it didn't put the minutes on my phone. So I lost $30. So I'm going to smash the sumbitch with a hammer when I get a new one.
All right. Well, let me off it here. I'll see you tomorrow on live stream, I imagine.
Yeah, Wednesday. I love you, brother, and have a good night.
You too, bro. Don't let a man get you down.
Never. Peace out. Check, 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 check.
Easily create your next video. Motion Array offers you more than 500,000 templates, music, stock footage, transitions, photos, and motion graphics. That's pretty amazing.
Hello, my YouTube friends. Do you want to use StreamYard but still have access to using widgets and transitions and other cool streaming features? It's not hard to do with OBS, and I'm going to show you how to do it today. So let's get to it. If you're always looking for tools, tips, and tricks to help make you a better YouTuber, subscribe to the channel and click that bell so you don't miss any new content. If you aren't familiar with StreamYard, it's a browser-based streaming solution that makes live broadcasting a breeze. There's a link in the description if you want to check it out. To set this up, we need to add a couple of tools to OBS. First, let's add the virtual camera plugin. Here's the website. Yes, the link is in the description. Once it's installed, we need to capture OBS audio so we can use it in StreamYard as well. Now, if all the audio you're going to use for your broadcast is going to be your microphone, you can just directly connect that to StreamYard and use the virtual camera and you're all set. However, if you want to capture other audio aspects of your OBS broadcast, you're going to need to add another piece of software. And that software is Voicemeeter Banana. And sorry, Mac folks, this is not available for you just yet. Amazingly, the links are in the description. You can click here to download and install it on your machine and reboot once you're finished. Let's get into Voicemeeter Banana and I'll walk you through your setup options. I know it looks really complicated, but it's actually pretty simple. Over here on the left, you have your hardware inputs, so you can add your microphone here directly. You may or may not want to, depending upon if you're planning to add guests to your live stream. If you're adding a guest, then you want to separate your microphone from the rest of the desktop audio. If you're not, then you can just add your microphone to OBS and you don't have to worry about it. If you decide to add it here, select Input Device below Hardware Input 1, and then select the input device. The letters here at the beginning of the name are just the different encoders. I recommend using WDM since it has the lowest latency. The virtual inputs are set up already to grab the desktop audio, which is perfect. Your outputs are A1 to your headphones and B1 to the virtual input. This is where you have some flexibility to separate your microphone. You don't really want to hear your microphone in your headphones, so under your mic, just send it to the virtual output at B1 and not your headphones at A1, like this. Now your microphone sound will go to the stream, but not your headphones. You can decide to send your desktop audio to your headphones by selecting B1, virtual sound, and A1, audio output, or just to the stream with just B1. This is where if you want to be able to hear guests on a stream, you'll need it to go to A1 also. This video is sponsored by Envato Placeit. If you're looking for custom overlays for your live stream, Envato Placeit has some incredible pre-made overlays. You can add move elements, change colors, and customize them in any way you want. It's so simple and easy to get great overlays in no time at all. There's a link in the description if you want to check it out. Now that Voicemeeter is all set up, let's configure OBS for our stream. First, I'm going to add my camera, so I click the plus under Sources, select Video Capture Device, and then click OK. Then I'll set up my camera and add the audio here at the bottom for my microphone, and click Done when I'm finished. Just going to do a quick test here to make sure the audio is working and I have the correct device. Now I'm going to click the plus again and select a media source I want to add. This is just a video that I want to play in the background. I name the source and click OK. Then I browse to the location of the source I want to add, select it, and then I select a loop. The clip is going to loop, and then I select Done. Now I'm just going to organize my screen and resize things the way I want them. Now if I click back over into Voicemeeter Banana, you're going to see we're still not getting any audio. And that's because audio is currently not being broadcast to anything Voicemeeter can pick up. To fix this, we go back into Mixer and click one of these gears and select Advanced Audio Properties. In Advanced Audio Properties, we want to set each of our sources to monitor and output. This means the sound will play through our output device, usually your headphones, but also go out to the stream. But in this case, our headphone audio is being captured by Voicemeeter Banana. So now when we flip back over to Voicemeeter, you can see we're getting some audio. You may also be hearing the audio through your headset or speakers. So take this opportunity to adjust the levels the way you want them in the OBS mixer. In Voicemeeter, you have two things that are receiving audio. One is your headphone level, and that's A1. The other is the virtual output at B1. You can turn down A1 so you won't hear the audio in your headset at all, and just push it to the stream. The audio stream that goes out to the stream is B1. Now let's open StreamYard and set up our stream. Here in StreamYard, I'll create a broadcast and then enter the broadcast studio right here. Then I click this gear next to Cam Mic. Now, if this is your first time using the virtual camera, you may not see the virtual cam here. So flip back into OBS, then go to Tools at the top and select Virtual Cam. You can change these options if you want, and then click Start. The name in the target camera is the one that's going to appear in StreamYard. Now you can exit that and go back into StreamYard. Now the drop down should have our OBS camera. If it doesn't, restart StreamYard. Then get back in here and select our camera, and we're looking good. Now for the audio. Select the audio on the left. For your microphone, you're going to notice there are two voice meters. You want to select different ones depending upon how you have your microphone set up. So be sure to test your setup, but either one will give you audio to your stream. It just may not be the correct audio that you're looking for. So always test. Also, I like to disable audio processing. If you don't, it may mistake background music or sound effects for noise and try to suppress it. And this can create a garbled mess. Now we can X out of this, make sure our stream name is correct, and select Enter Broadcast Studio. Then we just add our camera to the broadcast by clicking here, and we're in. Now I flip back over into OBS, I can move the camera, and in StreamYard, you can see it moves as well. If I add another scene in OBS, yes, when I move between the two scenes, I get my stingers and everything else in StreamYard. Pretty awesome. I still have access to all the StreamYard tools as well, like lower thirds and adding a guest. Wow. OBS Virtual Camera is a really powerful addition to what StreamYard can already do. You can check out StreamYard for yourself by clicking the link in the description. And if you want to see a full walkthrough of everything StreamYard can do, you should check this video out right here. And if you're always looking for tools, tips, and tricks to help make you a better YouTuber, subscribe to the channel. My name is Michael Fire Jr. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the next one.
This is what I want on tape. Soleil not smiling.
As a teenager, I carried
Check, check, check. Check, check. 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Bam. And that's how you do it. We're rolling in StreamYards. I do have a wicked step back here. I might have to cut that off. But you see, I got to be able to hear. This can, so I could move to